Yes, let's continue.
So, the commandments of the Torah, the First Commandment, 189. In the beginning, God created. This is the very first mitzvah commandment. This mitzvah is called the fear of God, and it is called Rashit, the beginning. As in, the fear of the Lord is the Rashit of wisdom. It is also written, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, since fear is called Rashit. Also, it is the gate by which to enter faith, and the whole world exists on this mitzvah. Why is it written that fear is the beginning of wisdom, and that it is the beginning of knowledge? It is because fear is the beginning of each and every sphira. For no sphira can be obtained if not by obtaining fear. This is why he says that it is the gate by which to enter faith, as it is impossible to obtain whole faith if not out of fear of God, and by the measure of fear is the measure of installment of faith. For this reason, the whole world exists on this mitzvah, for the world exists only on Torah and mitzvot. As it is written, if not my covenant day and night, I would not put the ordinance of heaven and earth. And since fear is the beginning and the gate of every mitzvah, as it is the gate of faith, it follows that the whole world exists on fear. As it is written, in the beginning God created heaven and the earth. With fear, which is called Rashit, in which all mitzvot are included, God created the heaven and the earth. And were it not for fear, God would not create a thing. 190. Fear is interpreted in three discernments, two of which do not contain a worthy root, and one is the root of fear. There's a person who fears the Creator so that his sons will live and not die, or fears a bodily punishment, or a punishment of one's money. Hence, he always fears him. It follows that the fear he fears of the Creator is not placed as the root, for his own benefit is the root, and the fear is the result of it. And there's a person who fears the Creator because he fears the punishment of that world and the punishment of hell. Those two kinds of fear, fear of punishment in this world and fear of punishment in the next world, are not the essence of fear in its root. 191. Fear means primarily the one should fear one's master because he is great and rules everything, the essence and the root of all worlds, and is regarded as nothing before him. As it is written, all the inhabitants of the earth count as nothing. He will place his will in that place which is called fear. There are three manners in the fear of God, only one of which is considered fear.
שמתיירא מהקדוש ברוך הוא ושומר מצוותיו,
1.
שיחיו בניו,
Fear of the Creator and keeping His mitzvot so His sons may live and he will be kept from bodily punishment or punishment of one's money. This is fear of punishments in this world. 2. When fearing punishments of hell as well. Those two are not real fear, for he does not keep the fear because of the commandment of the Creator, but because of his own benefit. It follows that his own benefit is the root, and fear is a derived branch of his own benefit. 3. Fear, which is the most important, when one fears one's master because he is great and rules over everything, the essence and the root of all the worlds, and everything is considered nothing compared to him, for he is the root from which all the worlds expand. Also, his glory appears over all his deeds, and he rules over everything because all the worlds he created, upper and lower, are considered nothing compared to him, for they add nothing to his essence. It was said, and he will place his will in that place, which is called fear, meaning he will place his heart and desires in that place, which is called fear. He will cling to fear of the Creator willingly and voluntarily, and is benefiting and proper with the King's commandment. Rabbi Shimon wept and said, "Woe if I tell, woe if I do not tell. If I tell, the wicked will know how to serve their master. If I do not tell, the friends will lose that thing. For where there is holy fear, there is evil fear below correspondingly, which strikes and beats and slanders. It is a strap with which to lash the wicked, to punish them for their sins. This is why he feared telling, so the wicked would not know how to be rid of the punishment. For their punishment is their purification." But by that he implies that he could not reveal his words in full in this place, so as not to harm the wicked. This is because here he came to disclose how to cling to the tree of life and never touch the tree of death. And only those who have already corrected the discernment of the tree of knowledge of good and evil are worthy of it. But the wicked, who have yet to correct the sin of the tree of knowledge, good and evil, must not know it. For they first need to toil in all labors until they correct the sin of the tree of knowledge, as it is written, lest he reach out his hand and took also from the tree of life and ate and lived forever. After Adam sinned with the tree of knowledge, He was expelled from the Garden of Eden for fear that he would cling to the tree of life and live forever. And the flaw he had caused in the tree of knowledge would forever remain uncorrected. Hence, to not be lost from the righteous, who are worthy of knowing that thing, he disclosed the matter by way of intimation.
193. And one who fears the punishment of striking and hatred, that fear of God called fear of God for life, is not on him. Rather, that evil fear is on him, that strap, and not the fear of God. 194. For this reason, the place called fear of God is called the beginning of knowledge. And this is why this mitzvah is included here. This is the root and the foundation of all the mitzvot of the Torah. One who keeps the fear keeps everything. And one who does not keep the fear does not keep the mitzvot of the Torah. For fear is the gate to everything. This relates to what is written once as, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and once as the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. He explained that at the end of the holy fear, called fear of God for life, there is evil fear below, which strikes and beats and slanders. And it is a strap to whip the wicked, and its legs go down to death. For one who keeps the mitzvah of fear, because he is great and rules over everything, clings to the fear of God for life. It is written about those who fear because of the punishment of the strikes, and not because of a mitzvah. What the wicked fears will come upon him. This is so because the fear of the end governs over him and strikes him. And in that respect, that the end of the fear is in an evil strap to strike the wicked, the high and holy fear is also called by the name. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. It indicates that one should cling only to the beginning, to her beginning, which is the fear of God for life, and to beware of the first fear, which is the evil strap. By that, the sin of the tree of knowledge is corrected. 195. For this reason, it writes Bereshit in the beginning, meaning with fear. God created the heaven and the earth. For one who breaches this one, breaches all the mitzvot of the Torah. And the punishment of one who breaches this one is that the evil strap, the evil fear, strikes him. It is as it was written, and the land was tohu vavohu, unformed and void, and darkness over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God. Those are the four punishments by which to punish the wicked.
196. תוהו זה הנק, כמו שכתוב, קו.
196. Tohu is strangulation, as it is written, the line of desolation, and as it is written, a measuring rope. Bohu is stoning, stones that are sunk in the great deep to punish the wicked. Darkness is burning, as it is written, and when you heard the voice from the midst of the darkness, and the mountain was burning with fire, darkness, cloud, and mist to high heaven. This is a strong fire over the heads of the wicked to burn them. Those who do not keep the fear of God because of the king's commandments, but for fear of punishment, are caught in the klipa of tohu, and wonder why they do not understand the thoughts and words of the Creator. This klipa is regarded as a strangling rope over one's neck, which stops the air of kedusha, of holiness, for his breath of life. And it's written, the line of desolation, a measuring line. In the first verse it said, the line of desolation, and in the second verse it said, a measuring line. And one comes and teaches about the other. The meaning of the line of tohu is a measuring line. This is because, as the line and the measure of one's bewilderment, so is the measure of the line that the sitra achra throws on one's neck and strangles him. As it is written, those who drag iniquity with the cords of falsehood. Hence, bohu is stoning. Once he has been caught by the sitra achra with a rope on his neck, they have the strength to do with him as they please, to stone him, to burn him, or to kill him with a sword. Stoning means that they will break his skull through evil desires and evil thoughts and pull him to the great deep to punish him. Darkness is burning, which is over the head of the wicked, to burn them, meaning that the sitra achra surrounds him with a strong fire that burns away the livelihood of kedusha, holiness, from them. 197. Spirit is killing by the sword, since the stormy wind is a serrated sword that blazes in him, as it is written, and the flaming sword that turned every way. It is called spirit, and it is a punishment for one who breaks the mitzvot of the Torah that are written after fear, Reshit, which is everything. This is so because after Bereshit, fear, it is said, Tohu and Vohu and darkness and spirit, which are the punishment of 4 deaths. Henceforth, the rest of the mitzvot of the Torah. The sitra achra sends a stormy wind upon him, which is like a serrated sword, which separates his head from his body and ends his life. This is the punishment for one who breaches the mitzvot of the Torah that are written after fear, Reshit, which is everything, meaning that all the mitzvot in the Torah are included in the first 2 verses from Bereshit 2, and God said, "Let there be light." And the punishment mentioned for one who breaks the mitzvot of the Torah, which is the 4 deaths implied in Tohu, Vohu, darkness, and spirit, are written after fear, which is called Reshit, implied in the words Bereshit, in the beginning God created. It follows that the first verse is fear, Reshit, the primary fear for life. And the second verse is the punishment for one who is not adhere to fear, Reshit. These are everything, for they are the gate to faith in the Creator. It follows that all the mitzvot in the Torah are included in it. Henceforth, the rest of the mitzvot in the Torah are from the verse, and God said, "Let there be light," onwards all detailing of commandment of fear.
So we are in an article called the Second Commandment, item 190. The Second Commandment is a commandment to which the commandment of fear clings and which it never leaves. It is love, that one should love one's master with whole love. And what is whole love? It is great love, as it is written, "Walk before me and be whole." Whole means whole with love. When it is written, and God said, "Let there be light," it is whole love, which is called great love. And here, it is a commandment for one to love one's master properly. This is so because there is conditioned love, which comes because of the good that the Creator has given to him, by which his soul clings to him with heart and soul. And although he is completely adhered to the Creator, it is still considered incomplete love. As it is written, Noah walked with God. This means that Noah needed support to assist him, because he was supported by all the good that the Creator had bestowed upon him. Abraham, however, did not need support. As it is written, "Walk before me and be whole." Walk before me means without support, but before me. Even though you do not know if I will come after you to support you. This is whole love, great love, where although I am not giving you anything, still your love will be whole, to adhere to me with all your heart and soul. 199. Rabbi Elazar said, "My father, I heard the meaning of complete love." He replied, "My son, tell Rabbi Pinchas, for he is at the same degree." Rabbi Elazar said, "Great love is whole love, for it is whole on both sides. And were it not complete on both sides, it would not be whole as it should be." Commentary. He told him to interpret the great love before Rabbi Pinchas, because he already obtained the measure of great love as it should be, and he will thoroughly understand what he would say. Whole love is whole on both sides, whether in deen, judgment, or in chesed, mercy. And even if he takes your soul, your love in the Creator is in complete wholeness, as when he gives you all the bounty in the world. 200. The love for the Creator is interpreted on both sides. There is one who loves him so as to have wealth, long life, sons around him, rule over his enemies. His ways are firm, and thus he loves him. And if it were to the contrary, and the Creator would reverse the fortune upon it with harsh judgment, he would hate him and not love him at all. For this reason, this love is not love that has a foundation. For because the root of his love is based on something, if that something is revoked, the love will be revoked.
201. Complete love is love on both sides, whether in din or in chesed and successful ways. He will love the Creator even if he takes his soul away from him. This love is complete, for it is on both sides, in chesed and in din. Hence, the light of the act of creation came out and was then concealed. When it became concealed, the harsh din came out, and the two sides, chesed and din, were included together, becoming whole. This is proper love, for the light that was created in the 6 days of creation, in the verse "Let there be light," was concealed again, as it is written in the Zohar, "Let there be light for this world, and let there be light for the next world." The light from this world was concealed and appears only for the righteous in the next world. Why was it concealed? It is because with the concealing of the light, harsh din came out in this world, by which the two sides, din and rachamim, were integrated, becoming whole. This gave room for the inclusion of the two ends as one. This is so because now it became possible to disclose the wholeness of his love, even while he takes one's soul away from him. Thus, room was given to complement the love in a way that, had it not been hidden and the harsh din had not been revealed, this great love would have been devoid of the righteous. And it never would have been possible for it to become disclosed.
Where item 202. Rabbi Shimon took him and kissed him. Came Rabbi Pinchas and kissed and blessed him. And he said, "Of course, the Creator has sent me here. This is the thin light that I was told I was integrated in my house, and which afterwards will illuminate the entire world." Rabbi Elazar replied, "Certainly, this fear must not be forgotten in all the mitzvot, much less in the mitzvot of love. Fear should be attached to it." And how is it attached? Love is good on one side. When he gives him wealth and bounty, long life, sons, and nourishments. And then fear should be evoked, to fear lest he will cause the sin and his fortune would turn on him. It is written about that, "Happy is he who is always fearful," for fear is included in love. Again, item 202. Rabbi Shimon took him and kissed him. Rabbi Pinchas came and kissed him and blessed him, and said, "It must be that the Creator has sent me here. This is the fine line that I was told was integrated in my house, and which afterwards will illuminate the entire world." Rabbi Elazar replied, "Certainly, this fear must not be forgotten in all the mitzvot, much less in the mitzvah of love. Fear should be attached to it." And how is it attached? Love is good on one side, when he gives him wealth and bounty, long life, sons, and nourishments. And then fear should be evoked, to fear lest he will cause the sin and his fortune would turn on him. It is written about that, "Happy is he who is always fearful, for fear is included in love." Item 203. And thus, one should evoke the fear on the other side of Hash Din. For when one sees that he is under Hash Din, he should evoke the fear and fear his master properly, and not harden his heart. It is written about that, "He who hardens his heart will fall into calamity," meaning that he will fall to the other side, which is called evil. It follows that fear clings to both sides, the side of good and love, and the side of Hash Din, and she is included in them. If fear is included in the side of goodness and love, it is complete love as it should be. Since fear is a mitzvah that contains all the mitzvot in the Torah, as it is the gate of the faith in the Creator. And according to the awakening of one's fear, the faith in the Creator's guidance is in him. Hence, the fear must not be forgotten in each and every mitzvah. It is especially so with the mitzvah of love, meaning that fear must be evoked along with it, since the fear is actually united in the mitzvah of love. For this reason, one must evoke the fear on both sides of the love, on love during mercy and success of one's ways, and on love during the Hash Din. This is why he says that fear must adhere to love. And how does it adhere to it? He indicates, so we will not err in his words, regarding what he said, that complete love is when one takes one's soul during the Hash Din. And let us think that the meaning is that we should not be afraid of the Hash Din whatsoever, but only cling to his love with devotion and without any fear. This is why he explains that the fear must adhere to love. And how does it adhere to it? Should fear also be evoked at that time, as one evokes the complete love? Here he repeats the two sides of the love, whether in din or in chesed, and the success of his ways. He says that one must evoke the fear on both sides of love, that during the chesed and success of one's ways, fear of the Creator should be evoked, lest the sin will cause his love of the Creator to chill, By that, he includes fear in love. Also, on the other side of love,
יעורר יראה מהשם, ולא יקשה ליבו, ויסיח דעתו מהדין. ונמצא בזה שגם כאן כולל היראה באהבה. ואם נוהג כן, נמצא תמיד באהבה שלמה כראוי להיות. ועל התקללות היראה באהבה בצד החסד, מביא הפסוק, אשרי אדם מפחד תמיד. הוא מבאר את המילה תמיד, שמשמע אפילו בעת שהשם עושה טובות עמו, צריך גם כן לפחד ממנו, שמא יגרום החטא. ועל התקללות היראה באהבה בצד הדין, מביא הכתוב, מקשה ליבו ייפול ברעה, שהמשמעות היא שאין להקשות ליבו בעת הדין.
the meaning is that one shouldn't harden his heart in the din for any reason in the world, for then he will fall into the sitra achra, who is called evil. Rather, at that time, one must evoke the fear even more, to fear him and to include the fear in his complete love of that time, although both the first fear and the second fear are not for his own benefit, but only for the fear that he will decline in bringing contentment to his Maker. Thus, the first two mitzvot have been clarified. The first mitzvah, fear, is the whole of Torah and mitzvot. It is Bereshit, and it is explained in the first verse. In the beginning, Bereshit, God created the heaven and the earth. In other words, fear is the Reshit first, and the heaven and the earth, which are Zon, and their branches, Bia, came out of it. The second verse means its punishment. 4 deaths, Tohu, strangulation, Bohu, stoning, darkness, burning, and spirit, killing. The second mitzvah is love. It is explained in the verse, and God said, "Let there be light." There are 2 sides to it. The first side lives happily with wealth, long lives, children, and nourishments. The second side is, with all your soul and with all your might, when he takes your soul and your possessions, the love will be as complete as when he gives you wealth and long life. To discover this love, the light of the act of creation was concealed. And when it was concealed, the harsh din came out. Also, the love should be mingled with fear on both its sides. On the first side, one should fear that he will not cause the sin, and his love will be diminished. On the second side, one should fear the concealing, which is the judgment to which the Creator sentences him, as it is according to the literal meaning of the words, the Zohar. However, to continue the clarification with the rest of the mitzvot, we must clarify the matters more deeply in the high degrees of Atzilut. The Zohar refers to 4 letters Havaya, Chub, Tum, as fear, love, Torah, and mitzvah. Yud, Chokhmah, is fear. The first Hey, Binah, is love. Vav is the Torah, and the bottom Hey is a mitzvah. It is written, in the beginning, God created. This is the first among all the mitzvot, and this fear is called the fear of God. The beginning, Reshit, since Partzuf Arichanpin is the whole of the world of Atzilut, which shines to all the worlds through its clothes, which are called Abba ve'Ima, Yeshsut, and Zon. It is also called Chokhmah Stima, since its Chokhmah was blocked in its Rosh, and it does not give any of it to the worlds. Rather, only Bina de Arichanpin shines to the worlds. Therefore, this Bina is called Reshit, as it is the beginning and the root of all the worlds. It is also called the fear of the Creator, fear of sublimity, since He is great and rules over everything, the essence and the root of all the worlds, and everything is regarded as nothing compared to Him. And Zon, which are called heaven and earth, came out of it. This is the meaning of the verse, Bereshit, meaning with fear. God created heaven and earth, which are Zon. It is written, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And it is written, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, since fear is called beginning. Since the Mochin are Chabad, although the Chokhmah of the Mochin is not the real Chokhmah de Arichanpin, but only Bina de Arichanpin. It is so because when Bina de Arichanpin rises to Rosh de Arichanpin, she returns to being Chokhmah there, giving Chokhmah to the Partzufim. It follows that the Bina, which is fear, is the beginning of Chokhmah. As it is written, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. It is also the beginning of knowledge because the knowledge is the root of Zon, which elevate her to Rosh de Arichanpin to receive Chokhmah. Hence, the Zon, too, receive Chokhmah from her. As it is written, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. It was said that this second mitzvah is a mitzvah to which the mitzvah of fear clings and which never leaves it. It is love that one loves one's master, complete love, since Chokhmah is called love, because the Yud de Havaya is the essence of Bina, Gar in her, upper Abba ve'Ima, pure air, and the light of Chokhmah is hidden in them. Also, the disclosure of light of Chokhmah from Zat de Bina, which are called Yeshsut, is the first Hey de Havaya, which is why they are called love. This is the second mitzvah after fear, because this Chokhmah is not received from Chokhmah de Arichanpin herself, but from Bina, who is fear. The mitzvah of fear clings to it and never departs from it, meaning that Bina is always united with Chokhmah and never parts from her. And in any place where there is Binah, Chokhmah is necessarily with her too, since Chokhmah, Binah, and Binah are always attached to one another, and you will never find Chokhmah without Binah or Binah without Chokhmah. By that, he tells us that even though it was said that the first mitzvah is fear, Binah, do not be mistaken that it is Chokhmah without Binah. Rather, there is Chokhmah in the first mitzvah, and there is Binah in the second mitzvah as well, since Chokhmah, Binah are mingled and come together, they never part. However, we name them according to the domination. In the first mitzvah, upper Abba ve'ima, Gar de Binah, the essence of Binah, Binah is the primary dominator. Hence, it is called fear. In the second mitzvah, Chokhmah is the primary dominator. Hence, we call it love. And what is complete love? It is great love. As it is written, and God said, let there be light. This means that Bereshit is an abstruse verse, and the disclosure of Bereshit begins primarily in the verse, let there be light, which is the ascent of Binah, Reshit, to Rosh De'arichanpin, where she returns to being Chokhmah. At that time, Chub together are called great love. This is, let there be light, since the Binah rose to Arichanpin and gives light to all the worlds with great love, which is Chub.
The love for the Creator is interpreted in two sides. There is one who loves the Creator because he has wealth, a long life, children around him, governance over his enemies. His ways are firm, and hence he loves him. And complete love is love on both sides, whether in Din or in Chesed, and success of his ways. Meaning, he should love the Creator even if he takes his soul away from him. This is complete love on both sides, in Chesed and in Din. Hence, the light of the act of creation came out and then was concealed. And when it was concealed, the harsh Din came out. This is why he said, let there be light for this world, and let there be light for the next world. For he saw that this world is unfit for use. He halted and concealed it in the next world, above Parsa, inside the intestines of Arichanpin, which is the next world, in the place where upper Abba Ve'ima stand, which are Gar de Binah, that end at the Chazeh De'arichanpin, the place of the Parsa, which separates the upper water, upper Abba Ve'ima. from the lower water, Yirsut and Zon, since the light darkened from the Chazé Derech Anpin and below, and it no longer shines. And the light is hidden in Yirsut, who stand from Chazé to Tabor Derech Anpin, meaning in Zat Debina, and does not shine in them. It follows that Bina divided into two sides. Since the light is revealed in the Gal in her, upper Abba Ve'ima, standing above Chazé Derech Anpin, upper water, and one who is rewarded with a degree of upper Abba Ve'ima, has wealth, a long life, children as olive plants surrounding his table, and he governs his enemies. His ways are firm for him, and all that he does succeeds. However, the light has already been concealed from Zat Bina, which stand below Chazé Derech Anpin, lower water. Those who receive from it must love the Creator, even if He takes their souls away from them. This is the meaning of the two sides of love, which are Gar and Zat Devina, with respect to the right in her, meaning love. This is done by concealing the light of the act of creation. And one who is rewarded with being a whole in the love of the Creator and love of upper Abba Ve'ima and in the love of Yirsut, this is proper love. One must integrate the fear in those two sides of love, since on the side of Chesed, upper Abba Ve'ima, fear should be evoked, so he would not cause the sin. And also, on the side of the love of Yirsut, one must evoke the fear on the side of Harshadin, Yirsut, since when he sees that there is Harshadin on him, he should evoke the fear. Also, he should fear his master properly and not harden his heart because of chub. Being love and fear are always attached to one another. Hence, Bina, fear, must be included in both Gar de Bina, meaning Abba Ve'ima, and in Zat de Bina, meaning Yirsut. Then fear clings to both sides, the side of good and love, and the side of Harshadin, and she is included in them. If fear is included on the side of good and love, it is complete love, as it should be. There are two which are four here, since there is love only in two sides, Gar and Zat Devina, and love is incomplete on either of the two sides, unless there is fear in each of them, since there cannot be Chokhmah without Bina, which is love without fear.
Article The Third Commandment, Item 204. The Third Commandment is to know that there is a great and ruling God in the world, and to properly unify Him each day. In the upper 6 edges, Chagat Nehi of Zeranpin, and make them one unification in the 6 words of Shema Israel, Hear, O Israel, and aim the desire with them upward. For this reason, the word one should be extended to the measure of 6 words. The Zohar says 2 things. 1, we must know that there is a great and ruling God in the world. 2, to properly unify Him each day. This is so because first, we must know that those 2 sides in love, that they are upper Abba and Ima and the Yeshut, that there is a great God, upper Abba and Ima, who is great in Chasadim, and that He is ruling in the world, Yeshut, who is called ruler, which implies to the dinim that come out of them, that the light was concealed from them, and the harsh din, judgment, comes out, since the name ruling and governing indicates dinim. The meaning is that we should know those 2 sides of love and include fear in each of them, and he will receive the love of the Creator, both in chesed, mercy, and in success of his ways, and in din, since then it is regarded as complete love. Afterwards, each day, a proper unification must be made in the 6 upper ages to raise man to Zon, and Zon to Yeshut. At that time, Yeshut and Zon rise and unite as one with Abba and Ima, who are called 6 upper edges, as they clothe Vak of Arichanpin, where by this unification, Yeshut rise in the place of Abba and Ima, above Parsa of Arichanpin, where there is upper water, and the light is not hidden from them. And when Yeshut are filled with light, then they give to Zon, and Zon to all the worlds, and the Chasadim appear in the worlds. This is the meaning of the reading of Shema. The 6 words of Hear, O Israel, are 6 sides of Zon, and the 6 sides of Zon must be unified, so they unite as one with the 6 upper sides, which are Abba and Ima and Yeshut, and with them the desire should be aimed upward, meaning aim the desire and the nefesh, ruach, neshama to be included in them in man. To make them, in order to make them one unification in Vak of Zeranpin, which are 6 words of Hear, O Israel, the one should be extended, meaning that Chokhmah should be drawn in the word one. It is so because the light of Chokhmah, which extends from Ein Sof to upper Vak, which are Abba and Ima and Yeshut, unites the Vak of Zeranpin in light of Ein Sof. Since Echad, 1, is 13 in Gematria, indicating to the drawing of light of Chokhmah. Hence, in the one, there should be intention to draw the Chokhmah to Vak of Zeranpin. However, in this unification, there is no intention to extend Gar to Zeranpin, but only to increase the Vak of Zeranpin through their integration in the upper Vak. Hence, the word one should be extended to the measure of 6 words. To extend means to draw Chokhmah as the measure of 6 words into Vak of Zeranpin, that by that his Vak become Vak of Gadlut, because the 6 words of Hear, O Israel, correspond to Vak of Zeranpin, and through this unification, which increases him in Vak of Gadlut, it is then possible to extend Gar to Zeranpin too. 205. It is written, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered unto one place." It means that the degrees under the heaven will gather unto one place, to be in completeness for 6 edges. And yet, in the unification of Hear, O Israel, one must tie the fear to it, meaning to extend the Dalit in the Echad. This is why the Dalit in the Echad is big. And this is the meaning of what it is written, "And let the dry land appear," meaning the Dalit, which is the dry land, appears and connects in that unification. The unification of Shema is to extend Vak of Gadlut. This is the meaning of the verse, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered unto one place," meaning, let the degrees below the heaven gather unto one place, to be in completeness for Vak, since one place is the upper Vak, where the light of Ein Sof shines in the light of Chokhmah. It was said that the degrees below the heaven, which are the 6 sides of Zeranpin, under the Binah, which are called heaven, in regard to Zeranpin, to be gathered unto one place, that they are the 6 upper sides, to be in completeness for Vak, as they should. So they too will receive the light of Chokhmah. Then Vak of Zeranpin will unite, although only in completeness for Vak, only for Gadlut of Vak. And yet, in the unification of Hear, O Israel, one must tie the fear to it, to extend the Dalit in the Echad, which is the bottom fear. This is so because complete love is love on both sides, both in Din, judgment, and in Chesed, mercy, and success of his ways. This is why the light of the act of creation first came out, and then was concealed. And when it was concealed, the harsh Din came out, and the 2 sides were included in it, Chesed and Din together, so they would be whole too. This is love as it should be. It was said that in this love too, fear should be awakened. It follows that there are 2 discernments of love and fear: upper love and fear, upper Abba and Dima, and lower love and fear, Yeshut. Wholeness is achieved only by both discernments together.
Thus, the
concealing of the light in Yeshut is done to disclose the lower love, even if he takes your soul away. Even then, the fear must still cling to that lower love, and one should fear one's master and not harden one's heart. Then, one has love and fear in completeness, and clings to Upper Abba and Ima, and to Yeshut, receiving all the pleasantness and good in them. This refers to the unification of the Shema reading. Once he raised the Zon and included them in the 6 upper sides, to extend the great love in Zon in the word Echad, which is the light that was created on the first day, in the verse, and God said, "Let there be light." Still, in the unification of Hear, O Israel, the fear must be connected. This is so because one should also disclose and extend the concealing of the light that was made in Yeshut, to complement it with the lower love and fear too, as without it, it is considered incomplete. One should extend the Dalet in the big Echad, because the big letters are in Tvuna. This is why the Dalet in Echad is big, implying to the place of concealing of the light that was done in Nehi of Tvuna. Thus, this is the reason why it should be extended, and to aim in the concealing in her, to cling to the lower love and fear as well. As it is written, "And let the dry land appear," meaning that the Dalet, dry land, will be seen and connect to that unification, because there is no wholeness in the upper love and fear that were extended in the 6 words of the Shema reading through the word Echad, which is the meaning of "let there be light." Rather, it is through the lower love and fear, which appear through the concealing of the light in Nehi of Tvuna, which are called Dalet. Thus, this is why it is written, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered unto one place," which is extension of light of Chokhmah to the 6 degrees of Zeranpin, which are below the heavens. Afterwards it is written, "And let the dry land appear." This relates to the Dalet in the Echad, that it should be extended and to aim that it becomes dry by concealing the light, so that the Dalet, the dry land, and the Tvuna will be seen and tied to that unification of light in Upper Abba and Ima, that were extended in Vak of Zon, in order to complete the love in 2 sides.
206. Once Malchut connected above in Vak of Zeranpin, she must be tied below as well in her masses in the 6 other edges that are below the Malchut. These are, "Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever," in which there are 6 other words of unification in Hebrew. Then the land that was dry becomes a land for bearing fruits and offspring, and for planting trees. Explanation. In the Shema reading, the upper unification, the Dalet in Echad, was tied above in Abba Ve'ima. Afterwards, the Dalet in Echad must be tied to the other Vak below. On the six sides of the Nukva of Zer Anpin, Rachel, who stands from Chazeh of Zer Anpin and below, in which all 6,000 souls of Israel, called the masses of the Nukva, her masses, are included. And after Zer Anpin was included in the light of upper Abba Ve'ima, and the concealing of Tvuna appeared in him, which is, let the dry land appear, of the Dalet, those two discernments must be extended to Nukva of Zer Anpin from his Chazeh and below. These are the six words, Baruch Shem Kvod Malchuto Leolam Va'ed. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. These six Hebrew words correspond to the six sides Chagat Nehi of Nukva of Zer Anpin. For in blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever, there are six other words of the unification. Then what was dry land became a land to bear fruit and offspring. This is so because to disclose complete love, which is on both sides, Chesed and Din, the light of the act of creation came out and was then concealed. And when it was concealed, the harsh Din came out, and the two sides, Chesed and Din, were included, became whole. Thus, the love was not completed on both sides by concealing alone, but only through the harsh Din that came out after the concealing. Hence, before the harsh Din came out, the Dalet in Echad was dry land, useless, being out of the light by the concealing. The fear was incomplete in her either, so she would be corrected with a lower love and fear, which complement the upper love and fear, since the harsh judgment is the primary exposure of the lower one, of the lower love and fear, has not yet been revealed. And that harsh judgment is placed in Leah's heels, the place of Rachel's Rosh. This is so because Zer Anpin has two nukvin, two females, one from Chazeh and above, called Leah, two from Chazeh and below, called Rachel. Leah's heels end at Chazeh of Zer Anpin, touching Rachel's Rosh, who is standing from Chazeh of Zer Anpin and below. And the harsh Din is at the end of Leah's heels, which touch inside the Rosh of Rachel. Therefore, the harsh judgment operates only in Rachel, since no screen and judgment can disclose its domination but only from its place and below. It follows that the concealing is not complemented into the degree of lower love of fear, but only after it is extended to Rachel's place, where the harsh judgment operates. Then, what was dry becomes a land for bearing fruits, offspring, and for planting trees. Since that Dalet in Echad who was dry in a place of desolation before the harsh judgment appeared, that was unfit for settling. So, after it was extended to the Vak of Rachel from Chazeh of Zar Anpin and below, it became a fruit-bearing land fitting for planting trees, a place for settling, now that she extended. It is because the lower love and fear appeared in her in whole, complementing the upper love and fear, so love will be on both sides. And only in this way do all the pleasantness and goodness in the upper Abba Ve'ema can appear. It is written, and God called the dry land earth. This is the same unification as below. In blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever, which becomes earth, a complete desire as it should be. Eretz, earth, from the word ratzon, desire. This is the meaning of, and God called the dry land earth, meaning that he extended the Dalet in Echad to the Nukva of Zar Anpin, to her 6 sides, where the act of the harsh judgment is already revealed. Then the Dalet, which was dry and desolate, became a fruit-bearing land and a place for settling in Nukva of Zar Anpin, through her zivug, her coupling with him. Thus, God called the dry land earth, which is a complete desire, as it should be, since the complete, proper desire, complete love, appeared in her.
207, and God called the dry land earth. In that unification below, in blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever, she became earth, a complete desire, as it should be. For Eretz, land, comes from the word ratzon, desire. This is why it is written, it was good twice, once for the upper unification, and once for the lower unification. Since Malchut united on both sides, in Vak of Zar Anpin, in her Vak, henceforth, let the earth put forth grass. For she was established to bear fruit and offspring properly. The meaning is, the upper unification of 6 words of the Shema reading, which is the 6 big upper sides of Abba Ve'ema, which is explained in the verse, let the waters under the heavens be gathered into one place. This unification extends to Vak of Zar Anpin, the light that was created on the first day, from the 6 sides of upper Abba Ve'ema. This is the first, it is good, said on the 3rd day of the act of creation. The lower unification, the unification of the 6 words, blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever, is the completion of the Dalet in Echad. It has no completion except in the 6 sides of Nukva of Zar Anpin. And it is explained in the verse, and God called the dry land earth. And in the verse, let the earth put forth grass. This is so because in Vak of Nukva, the dry land became a fruit-bearing land, and it is on this unification of Vak of Nukva that the second, it is good, was said. It follows that the first, it is good, was for the upper unification, and the second "it is good" was for the lower unification. Since Malchut united with both sides, in Vak of Zeranpin and in her own Vak, both being sides of love, through an upper unification and a lower unification. Henceforth, the land will put forth grass, because it was established to bear fruits and offspring properly. This is so because the lower unification complemented the love on both sides, and the lights of upper Abba Ve'ima extend to Vak of Nukva, giving fruit and offspring to her masses, who are the 600,000 souls of Israel, as it should be.
The Fourth Commandment.
208. The Fourth Commandment is to know that the Lord, He is the God. As it is written, know today and answer to your heart that the Lord, He is the God. The name God, Elohim, should be included in the name Lord, Havaya, to know that they are one and there is no separation between them. Commentary. Havaya is Zeranpin, and Elohim is Nukva of Zeranpin. Zeranpin and Nukva must be united without any separation between them, so that the name of Elohim, the Nukva, will be included in the name of Havaya, Zeranpin, and Nukva will be considered Havaya as well. This unification is extension of Gal to Zon, since the unification of the Shema reading, explained in the Third Commandment, was for extending Vak from Abba Ve'ima to Zon, and the unification explained here is for extended Gal from Abba Ve'ima to Zon. This is the rule. Extending any degree at all cannot be all at once. Rather, first one must extend the Vak of that degree, and then Gal. It is written, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to shine over the earth." So the two names, Havaya Elohim, will be one without any separation at all. Thus the lights without the Vav, Malchut, Elohim, will be included in the name Heaven, who is Zeranpin, Havaya, for they are one and there is no separation in them. A black light, which is Malchut, is white light, which is Zeranpin. There is no separation between them, and all is one. This is the white cloud of the day and the cloud of fire of the night. The quality of day, Zeranpin, and the quality of night, Malchut, are corrected in one another in one unification to shine, as it is written, to give light upon the earth.
Explanation.
The Nukva is called lights without a Vav, indicating the diminution of the moon, as we learn that in the beginning the two great lights were on an equal level, and the moon complained that two kings do not use the same keter. So the Creator told her, "Go and diminish yourself." Then her bottom nine descended to the world of Bria, and she was diminished into a point under Yesod of Zeranpin. After she is diminished, Malchut should be included in the name Heaven, Zeranpin, meaning to make her big again, so she is on an equal level with Zeranpin. panim bepanim, face to face. The Nukva should be raised back from the world of Bria to Atzilut, and to correct the separation that occurred between Zeranpin and the Nukva during the diminution of the moon. The diminution of the moon is that the harsh din in Leah's heels was dominating the Nukva, by which she diminished into a point, and her bottom 9 fell into Bria. And through the unification of the Shema reading in the third mitzvah, Nukva was built in Vak. In the lower unification, blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. Because through the power of the din in her, she corrected the Dalet in Echad, who was dry and desolate, into a land that bears fruits and offspring. The black in the Nukva, the force of din in her, which lowered her into a point, rose to actual light. Specifically by the power of the din, the Dalet in Echad was built into a land that is inhabited and bears fruit. Were it not for the force of din in the Nukva, the Dalet in Echad, the Tvuna would remain dry and desolate. Thus the force of din in her became actual light. And it is called black light because the blackness was the cause of that light. It is also regarded as light of Vak, which is light of Chasadim. Hence it is now possible to extend white light to Vak of Nukva as well too, meaning light of Chokhmah, Gal, since white means Chokhmah. By raising the zone to the palace of upper Abba Ve'ima, this is because now Nukva of Zeranpin can mingle with Abba Ve'ima like Zeranpin, since the force of din in her has become actual light. And although it is black light, it is not at all a partition, preventing her from integrating in Abba Ve'ima. Since there is no separation between black light, Malchut, and white light, Zeranpin, and it is all one. Since Nukva is considered light, she can be included in the light of Abba Ve'ima. For light and light are two of a kind, and are regarded as one. And the blackness which causes her light does not part or degrade her at all, for it is the cause of all her merit, as without it she would not be considered light. This is the white cloud of the day and the cloud of fire of the night. The quality of day is Zeranpin, and the quality of night is Malchut. By uniting and including Zon in Abba Ve'ima, when Zeranpin was included in upper Abba and Nukva in upper Ima, Zeranpin became a white cloud for the light of day, and Nukva a cloud of fire for the light of the night. The quality of day and the quality of night that are united in one another, as it is written, and there evening and there was morning one day. They are corrected in one another in a single unification to shine, as it is written, to give light upon the earth, meaning that the quality of day is included in the quality of night, Nukva, in one day. Also, they are corrected in one another to give light upon the earth. to Nukva's masses in the three worlds Bia. 210. This is the sin of the primordial serpent that connects below and separates above. And for this reason it caused what it caused to the world. Since it should be separated below and connected above. Also, the black light, Malchut, must be unified above in Zanpin, in one bonding, so that afterwards Malchut will be unified in her hosts in her unification, to part her from the evil side. This is so because the unification of the extension of Gar to Zon is only by raising them to the place of Abba Ve'ima, above Chazeh of Arich Anpin. Zir Anpin is included in Abba, Nukva in Ima, and then they both unite, and Zir Anpin gives Gar from Abba to the Nukva, who dresses Ima. But below Chazeh of Arich Anpin, where Zon stand permanently, it is forbidden to make the unification of extending Gar to Nukva, as this is the sin of the tree of knowledge, by which the primordial serpent brought death to the world. It incited Adam and Eve to make that unification below, in the place of Zon, below Chazeh of Arich Anpin. And by that, it flawed above as well. This is the reason why the Zivug stopped in upper Abba Ve'ima as well. This is the sin of the primordial serpent that connects below and separates above. And for this reason, it caused what it caused to the world. For it connected the Zon to impart Gar in the Nukva below in their place. By that, it caused the people of the world to bring death upon them, because it separated above, which caused the cessation of Zivug in Abba Ve'ima, from which life extends to the people of the world. When the Sitra Achra approaches to suckle from the Zivug below Chazeh of Zon, the place where they grip, the upper Zivug of Abba Ve'ima promptly stops, because they are promptly parted from bestowing upon each other, so the abundance will not go down to the Sitra Achra. All of that was because it should be separated below and connected above, for care is required to separate Zon below in their place, so they will not mate there below in extension of Gar, and connect them only above, in the place of Abba Ve'ima themselves. And the black light should be unified above in one unification, because the black light, Nukva of Zanpin, should be raised along with Zanpin to the white light, to Abba Ve'ima, to connect the Zon there in one bonding. Also, Zanpin gives abundance of Gar from Abba to the Nukva. And afterwards, the Nukva returns with the abundance that she received to her place below, where the Naran of the souls of Israel are in a state of Man. This is why it was said that afterwards she will unite with her masses in her unification. She unites with the souls of the children of Israel, called the masses of the Nukva, in one unification, and bestows upon them from the abundance that she received above in Abba Ve'ima. She should be parted from the evil side, because by avoiding the connected zone in their place below and separating the nukva from the evil side, the Sitra Achra cannot enjoy the abundance. However, if zon are connected below, the Sitra Achra can receive the abundance. Hence, Abba Ve'ima are separated above, and their zivug is stopped.
2:11. Yet, we should know that Elokim is Havaya, and it is all one without separation. Havaya is the Elokim. The Lord is God. And when one knows that it is all one and does not place separation, even the other side will depart from the world and will not be drawn down. Although there is fear that he will evoke the coupling of zon in their place, it must not be a reason to avoid making the unification as it should be in the place of Abba Ve'ima. Instead, we should know that Elokim is Havaya, it is all one without separation. But we must draw the unification of Zon in the place of Abba Ve'ima in order to unite the Zer Anpin with the Nukva as one without separation. And when a person knows that it is all one and does not place separation, even the other side will depart from the world and will not be drawn below. This is so because if a person intensifies the raising of man and elevating the zon to unite them in the place of Abba Ve'ima as it should be, not only will the Sitra Achra not grip to the abundance, but it will also cause the removal of the Sitra Achra so that she cannot govern the world. 2:12. It is written, and let them be me'orot, lights, with the letters of or, light, and mavet, death, since the shell follows the moach, brain. The moach is light, and the other side is death. Light, or, is the bonding of the letters in the word me'orot, and mavet, death, is in the separated letters in the word me'orot. When this light departs from there, the letters of the separation, mavet, death, unite. In other words, when you take the letters of or, light, out of the word me'orot, light, the letters mavet, death, join together. This is the meaning of and let them be me'orot, lights, where the shell rises and follows the moach. Moach is light, and Sitra Achra is death, or light in the bonding of the letters, and mavet, death, in the separation of the letters. Commentary: the force of judgment in Malchut is the root of the existence of the Sitra Achra and the shells, as it is written, and his kingdom rules over them, or rules over all. Through the unification of the zon with Abba Ve'ima, in Abba Ve'ima for extension of Vak and Gal, the force of judgment in Malchut is inverted into being black light by extension of Vak in the bottom unification of the Shema reading. Afterwards, Malchut is raised once more to Abba Ve'ima, and her black light unites with the white light of upper Abba Ve'ima. Therefore, this unification is implied in the verse, and let them be me'orot, the letters of or, light, and the mavet, death, light in the bonding of the letters, where by drawing the Vak and Gar to the Nukva in one bonding with the Ziranpin in the place of Abba ve'Ima, as the force of judgment was inverted in the Nukva into being actual light, so all the forces of the Sitra Achra and the shells that are drawn from this judgment are revoked. And the shell rises after the moach, meaning that the shell is revoked because of the mochin of the nukva, since the root of the Sitra Achra, the force of judgment in the nukva, was revoked, cancelled in the nukva's moach and became light. Thus, the force of the shell was necessarily cancelled as well. It follows that the light is in the bonding of the letters, and death is in the separated letters. By the bonding of Zon, where the force of judgment became light, the letters Mavet, death, which are the Sitra Achra, were separated. They were cancelled inside the light, and the combination Me'orot was created with Or, light, in the middle of the bonding, and Mavet, death, is in separation. The letter Mem in the beginning of the word, and the letters Vav Taf at the end of the letters. When this light departs from there, the letters of separation, Mavet, unite. When not making the unification in the place of Abba ve'Ima, but in the place of Zon, below, the light departs from there, because Abba ve'Ima are promptly separated from their coupling above, and the light stops. The word Or, light, comes out of the word Me'orot, lights, and the letters of Mavet, death, join. This is so because after the departure of the light from the word Me'orot, the word Mavet, death, remains, because the letters of Or have already departed from the word, and they no longer separate the letters of Mavet. This implies the sin of that primordial serpent which connected below in the place of Zon, and hence separated above Abba ve'Ima, because their coupling stopped because of it, and he brought death to the world.
Eve began from these letters and caused harm to the world, as it is written, and the woman saw that the tree was good. She reverted the letters of Me'orot, taking the words Vatere, saw, from there, leaving Mem Vav in the word Me'orot, and they went and took the letter Tav with them, creating the combination Mavet, death. Thus, she caused death to the world. The unification is explained in the letters, let them be Me'orot, lights, which are extension of Gar to Zon. When uniting them above, in the place of Abba ve'Ima, it extends light in bonding, separating the letters of Mavet, death, as it expands into them, and creating the combination of Me'orot, lights. If Zon are united below, in their place, the light departs once more from the combination of Me'orot, leaving their Mavet, death, in the bonding of the letters. Eve began from these letters because the beginning of Eve's sin in the tree of knowledge begins with the letters, and the woman saw that the tree was good. Eve drew for herself the letters Vatere, saw, from the word Me'orot, lights, meaning that she heeded the advice of the serpent to connect Zon in their place below, thus blemishing the combination of Me'orot. Then she reverted the letters of Me'orot, because by bonding below, she caused the separation of Abba ve'Ima above. Thus, the letters of the combination O, Aleph, Vav, Resh, which separate and cancel the combination of Mavet in the word Me'orot, were separated, and she made the combination Vatere, in which the letters O, light, are dispersed in reverse order. in Hebrew, because of the tav that came among them. The tav, nukva of the Sitra Achra, who is called Mavet, death, approached the light to receive and to suckle from it. It is so because in the Sitra Achra, which is called Mavet, there is male and female, Sam and Lilith. The letter Mem is the male of Mavet, death, who is called Sam. And the letter Tav is his Nukva, who is called Lilith. By heeding the advice of the serpent to connect from below, the Nukva of Mavet promptly approached to suckle from the abundance, and the letters of O were dispersed in reverse order, as in the combination Vatere, because the Tav came inside the light, O, and dispersed them. After Eve drew the letters Vatere from Me'orot, there remained Mem Vav from the combination Me'orot, which are the male, who is called Mem of Mavet, and Yesod, Vav of Mavet. They went and took the letter Tav with them, meaning that the male of Mavet, Mem Vav, who remained from Meorot, went to the Nukva, the Tav of Mavet, and they made a coupling and brought Mavet upon the world. As it is written, Vatere, and the woman saw. The male of the Sitra Achra, Mem Vav, made a coupling with the Tav of Vatere, who was already in Eve. This is the meaning of the serpent coming over Eve and casting filth in her. By heeding the advice of the serpent, the Tav entered her, separating and dispersing the letters O, Aleph, Vav, Reish, and making the combination of the letters Vatere, and the woman saw. And she saw, with her seeing. Afterwards, the male of the Sitra Achra, Mem Vav, came and made a coupling with the Tav, who was already in Eve, and Mavet, death, Mem Vav Tav, appeared in the world. Item 214. Rabbi Elazar said, "My father, I have learned that after Eve took the letters Vatere from Me'orot, it was not Mem Vav that remained, but only Mem, since the Vav, which is always a sign of life, was inverted into Mavet, death, leaving and taking the Tav with it. As it is written, and she took and she gave. Thus, this word was completed, and the letters Mavet joined together. He replied to him, "Blessed are you, my son." Commentary. Mem remained alone, without a Vav, Yesod, since Sam, who is the male of Mavet, had no Yesod, foundation as well. For another god is infertile and does not bear fruit. Rather, the Vav, life, the Yesod, also foundation of Kedusha, holiness, was inverted from Kedusha into a shell and became a Yesod for the male of Mavet. After it gained Yesod from the Kedusha, Vav went and made a coupling with a Vav, connecting the letters Mem with Tav, through the Vav, he has robbed from the Kedusha. The evidence is the sin of the tree of knowledge, which begins with connecting the Vav and Tav, as it is written, and she took and she gave. And is Vav and took is gave. Both begin with Tav in Hebrew. For the exit of the Vav to the Sitra Achra was born by the sin of the tree of knowledge itself, which she did not have before. Rabbi Shimon agreed with his words.
The Fifth Commandment, item 215.
המצווה החמישית, כתוב, ישרצו
The Fifth Commandment, it is written, let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures. There are three commandments in this verse. 1.
לעסוק בתורה.
To engage in Torah. 2. To engage in multiplication.
למול לשמונה ימים.
And 3. Circumcise after 8 days and remove the foreskin from there. One must engage in Torah, exert in it, and add to it each day to correct one's soul and spirit, nefesh and ruach. Since the 4 previous commandments, which extend from the first 4 days of the act of creation, came to correct the degree in the world of Atzilut itself.
בעולם האצילות עצמו, שהן 4 המדרגות.
These are the 4 degrees, Chub and Zon, in the world of Atzilut.
אשר מצווה ראשונה,
the first commandment, which extends from the word Bereshit, in the beginning, is fear, upper Bina. Fear because he is great and rules over everything. Meaning only Gar of Bina that was corrected into upper Abba Ve'ima that clothed Arich Anpin from his Peh to Chazeh, and which are called Yod of Havaya. The second commandment, which extends from the verse, let there be light, is for the correction of Zat of Bina, Yersut, with great and complete love. In relation to the constant, they clothe Arich Anpin from his Chazeh to Tabur, below the Parsa, inside the intestines of Arich Anpin. However, in the verse, let there be light, which is said about them, they rose and became one partzuf with Abba Ve'ima above the Chazeh of Arich Anpin, and from there to the Rosh of Arich Anpin. Bina returned to being Chochmah there. Great love, the first Hey of Havaya, and all the Mochin are given from them to Zon. However, Zon cannot receive Mochin from upper Abba Ve'ima themselves, Gar of Bina, since they themselves were established in pure air, light of Chasadim, as it is written, for he desires mercy.
ומשום זה הם נקראים יראה, כי אהבה רבה.
This is why they are called fear. For great love, mochin of illumination of Chokhmah, are not given from them to Zon, but only from Zat of Bina, Yeshut. However, the great love in Yeshut is revealed only from the Chazeh of Yeshut and above.
who then stand above the parsa in the intestine of Arich Anpin. But from the chazeh of Yeshut and below, which stand below parsa of Abba Ve'ima, there was concealing of the light of Chokhmah, and this is, let there be light for the next world, Yeshut, above the parsa. However, the light was concealed in the other Yeshut below the parsa, and the tvuna in them became dry. Dry land. The third commandment extends from the two verses on the third day. From the verse, let the waters under the heavens be gathered onto one place, and let the dry land appear. And from the verse, let the earth put forth grass, for the correction of mochin, of vak, for zon. The upper unification extends to Zeranpin from the verse, let the waters be gathered, and the lower unification extends to vak of nukva from the verse, let the earth put forth grass. The fourth commandment extends from the verse, let there be light for the correction of gar in Zeranpin and in nukva. Thus, by the fifth day, all the corrections needed for Abba Ve'ima, Yeshut and Zon of Atzilut, have been corrected until the Zon received the gar in them and became fit for coupling panim bepanim, face to face at an equal level. Thus, henceforth came the rest of the commandments, which are corrections that should extend from the coupling of Zon face to face. And the fifth commandment is, let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures. There are three commandments in this verse. For now, they should extend the wholeness from coupling of Zon face to face. 1. Extend a holy neshama, a soul, from there, so that the person himself will be rewarded with a pure and holy coupling. This is done by the engagement in the Torah. 2. Beget holy souls. 3. Correct the token of the covenant through cutting and exposing. To engage in Torah means to utter verbally, even if one does not know. As it is written, they are life unto those who find them. Meaning, to one who utters them in the mouth. By that one acquires a holy neshama. And to exert in it each day means to try and do all that one can to attain it and to understand it. By that, one acquires a Holy Spirit. And to add to it means that once he has been rewarded with correcting his nefesh and ruach, he should not settle for it, but should always add to it, for holiness is increased and not decreased. By this one is rewarded with a holy soul. Therefore, one must engage in the Torah, labor in it, and add to it each day, to correct one's soul, nefesh, and spirit, ruach. For by daily adding to the Torah, adding correction to one's nefesh and ruach, soul and spirit, one is rewarded with a holy neshama, a holy soul. It is so because when one engages in Torah, he is established with another neshama, a holy one, since one who engages in Torah extensively, in addition to nefesh ruach, with which he is rewarded, he is awarded being established with the holy neshama as well. 2:16. When a person engages in the Torah, he is corrected with another neshama, a holy one. As it is written, swarm with swarms of living creatures, which means nefesh from that holy animal, malchut. This is so because when one does not engage in Torah, he does not have a holy nefesh, which means that the kedusha, the holiness above, is not on him. And when he engages in Torah, in that whisper that he caused in her, he is rewarded with a living soul to be as holy angels. An animal is the nukva of Zer Anpin, at the time of Gadlut, face to face with Zer Anpin. Since then, Zer Anpin is called the tree of life, and the nukva is called animal. And through one's raising of man, by engagement in Torah for her sake, and from coupling for zon face to face, he extends a holy nefesh from their coupling. Nefesh from the holy animal, nukva of Zer Anpin. A person obtains that only by raising man in the engagement in Torah. When he does not engage in Torah, he does not have a holy nefesh, for he has no part in the coupling of the Creator, his divinity, since he did not raise man to unite them. This is the meaning of the words, let the waters swarm with living creatures, since the Torah is called water, and by swarming with man through the Torah, he is rewarded with a holy nefesh. And from the upper animal, and know that one is not rewarded with adhering to the Creator before he obtains Naran from the upper holy animal. Know that one is not rewarded with adhering to the Creator before he obtains Naran from the upper animal, for nefesh ties to ruach, ruach to neshama, and the neshama to the Creator. 2:17. It is written, bless the Lord, you his angels. These are the ones who engage in Torah, who are called his angels in the earth. As it is written, and let fowl fly above the earth, in this world. In that world, the Creator is destined to make for them wings, such as those of eagles, to roam throughout the world. As it is written, yet those who wait for the Lord will gain new strength. They will mount up with wings like eagles. It is written, bless the Lord, you his angels, mighty in strength, who perform his word, ready, obeying to the voice of his word. Obeying the voice of his word. It is written, who perform his word, and then obeying the voice of his word. Usually, one cannot perform any task before one hears what the giver of the task says. But the angels do their mission before they hear and understand what the Creator has commanded them, since the will of the Creator governs them, and there are no partitions in them preventing them from following the Creator's will. Hence, they follow the Creator like a shadow follows a person. This is why their doing precedes their hearing.
ועל כן הם נמשכים אחר השם כצל הנמשך אחר האדם, ומשום זה עשייתם קדמה לשמיעתם.
Those who engage in Torah and extend holy nefesh, even though their matter is from earth, it is inverted into being as that of the angels above, and their doing precedes their hearing. In other words, they perform the Creator's commandments in full before they attain what they are doing, since they too follow the Creator's like a shadow follows a person.
כצל הנמשך אחר האדם. כמו בעת שהרוח מעלה אבק.
It is just as when the wind sends dust into a person's eyes, it quickly closes his eyelids before his thought senses it. By that you find that his doing, which is the shutting of his eyes, always precedes the perception of the approaching dust in thought. Therefore, those who engage in the Torah are called his angels in the earth. Even though they are on earth, their body becomes as that of the angels above. And their doing precedes their hearing. They do not feel with their brain in order to do the Creator's commandments to the fullest, but perform the commandment in full before they can sense in their thought what they are doing. It is like shutting of the eyelids, which precedes the perception in the thought. This is why they are regarded as angels in the earth. The Creator is destined to make wings for them as eagles, to roam throughout the world. This is so because as long as one has not been rewarded with a holy nefesh, the Sitra Achra governs him. As it is written, in the lives of your enemies he will sling out as from the hollow of a sling. They walk and roam the world, but find no place to rest and become attached to. They are defiled in the impure side, since he did not enter the Kedusha and was not included in it. Commentary. It is impossible to cling to the Creator and keep His commandments properly before one believes in the names of the Creator, that He is good and does good to all, that He is merciful and gracious. Those who have not been rewarded with a nefesh of Kedusha are still governed by the Sitra Achra. Hence, they go and roam the world and cannot find a place to rest. When their thoughts roam the world and they see the Creator's guidance in people, they believe It is not as good as it should be, judging by his holy names. Thus, they blemish the holy names and find no place to rest where they can believe in the names of the Creator, to connect to Him. For this reason, they are defiled in the sight of impurity, meaning they come to deny the Creator. All that is because he did not enter the Kedusha and was not included in her, since he was not rewarded with a nefesh of Kedusha and does not take actions to be included in Kedusha. However, those who engage in Torah and extend a holy nefesh, their body turns to be as angels, and they are rewarded with preceding hearing to doing as they do. This is why it is written about them, and let fowl fly above the earth, meaning that the Creator will make wings for them like eagles, and they will roam throughout the world as they roam in their thoughts throughout the world and see the Creator's guidance. And yet, not only are they not failing on the side of impurity, they even receive strength to raise man and always increase their power. And those who wait for the Lord will gain new strength. They will mount up with wings like eagles, for thus they mount up wings like eagles to roam in all the people's incidents. Also, they always regain strength and raise man throughout the power of their faith in the Creator's uniqueness, and always extend the spirit of Kedusha from above. 218. It was written, and let fowl fly above the earth. Since the Torah, which is called water, will swarm and produce swarms of living souls from the place of that animal, Malchut, they will draw it below. David said about it, make for me a pure heart, O God, to engage in Torah, and then renew a steadfast spirit within me. The text explains, let the fowl fly above the earth. It says,
שיוציאו נפש חיה ממקומה של חיה, המלכות. ימשיכו הנפש הזו למטה מנוקבה עילאה, הנקראת חיה, לעולם הזה. ועל זה אמר דוד, לב טהור ברא לי אלוקים, שביקש שייתן לו השם לב טהור.
David said about it, make me a pure heart, O God, asking that he would give him a pure heart to engage in Torah and raise man. Then renew a steadfast spirit within me, and then he can extend the right spirit. I can cleave into him.
The Sixth Commandment, 219. The Sixth Commandment is to engage in multiplication. Anyone who engages in multiplication causes that river, Yesod, of Zeranpin, to always be springing. And its waters will not cease, and the sea, Malchut, will be filled on all sides. The new souls are renewed and come out of that tree.
And many hosts multiply above with those souls to keep them, as it is written, let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures. This is the token of the Holy Covenant, the river that stretches and comes out of Eden, whose water multiply and swarm with swarms and multiplication of souls for that animal. This is so because by the awakening below, he awakens above and causes the coupling of the Creator and his divinity. Then the river, the Yesod of Zeranpin, will always spring with mud. And its waters will never cease from bestowing upon the Nukva. And the sea, Nukva of Zeranpin, will be filled on all sides, from the side of the coupling to revive the worlds, and from the side of begetting souls. And new souls are renewed and come out of that tree. That is, not actually new souls, but old souls that have already been in Adam HaRishon and fell from him due to the sin of the tree of knowledge. They are renewed by that tree, Zeranpin. And they are called new souls, since actual new souls come to the world only after the end of the correction of the sin of the tree of knowledge. And many hosts are emanated above with those souls, since with each soul several angels emerge. Also in couplings, to revive the worlds, angels come out as well. It is written, let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures. This is the token of the Holy Covenant, the river that stretches and comes out of Eden. Since swarming with living creatures implies to Yesod of Zeranpin, who is called the token of the covenant. And this is a river that stretches and comes out of Zeranpin, clothing Abba Ve'ima, Eden, to water the garden, his Nukva. And his waters increase and swarm with swarms, meaning with the couplings of Vak, which are called swarms. And this is the meaning of swarm with swarms. And with respect to the couplings of Gal for begetting souls, it was said, and multiplication of souls for that animal. And also, she is the one who is called living creature. 220. Several birds, angels, come out with those souls that enter that animal, Malchut. They fly and roam throughout the world, and when a soul comes out to this world, the bird that flew comes out with her and comes out of that tree with the soul. How many angels come out with each soul? 2 on the right and 1 on the left. If he is rewarded, they guard him. As it is written, for he will give his angels charge over you to keep you. And if not, they slander him. Rabbi Pinchas said, 3 angels protect the person when he is rewarded, as it is written,
If there's an angel as mediator for him, 1 out of 1,000, to remind a man what is right for him. If there's an angel, is 1. As mediator, it's 2. 1 out of 1,000 to remind the man what is right for him. It is 3. 221. Rabbi Shimon said, there are 5 angels, for it is also written, and let him pardon him. And say, deliver him from going down to the pit. I have found a ransom. And let him pardon him, is 1. And say, it's 2, thus 5. He replied to him, this is not so. Rather, and let him pardon him is the Creator alone, and not an angel, for none other has permission to pardon him except for him. Along with the souls, several angels are born and emerge. They are called birds, and they assist the souls in deciding to the scale of merit, or to the contrary. They slander them and push them toward the scale of fault. They fly and roam throughout the world and see the Creator's guidance on all the people in the world. How they pardon him and they announce to the soul. And if the soul if the soul is rewarded, it sentences itself and the whole world to a scale of merit. If she is not rewarded, she sentences herself and the entire world to a scale of fault. This is why he asks, how many angels come out with each soul? And Rabbi Pinchas does not dispute Rabbi Shimon, saying that only 2 birds are born with the soul. Instead, it says that as long as he has only those 2 birds, he cannot sentence himself to a scale of merit completely, but is thrown from judgment to mercy, and from mercy to judgment. However, through good deeds, a 3rd angel is born to him, and then he is rewarded with sentencing to the scale of merit. This is why he said that 3 angels protect a person when he is rewarded, since he cannot be rewarded if not by 3 angels. 222. One who refrains from multiplication diminishes the form that includes all the forms, the human form, and causes the arresting of the water of that river, the Yesod of Ze'anpin, blemishing the Holy Covenant on all sides. It is written about him, then they will go forth and look on the corpses of the men who have transgressed against me, indeed me. And this concerns the body, but his soul does not enter the screen at all, the domain of the Creator, and he is expelled from the world. Malchut is called a form. It contains all the forms because all the forms of Naran, of the righteous, and the angels of the 3 worlds, Bia, are drawn through her. Those are her troops and armies. Hence, one who does not engage in multiplication diminishes the image of Malchut and detains her from bringing out her troops and armies. Since the awakening from below evokes a corresponding awakening from above. causing a coupling of the Creator and His divinity to beget Naran and angels in Bia. One who refrains from multiplication causes the water of that river, Yesod of Zeranpin, to not be drawn out. It causes Yesod of Zeranpin to not give mud to the holy divinity. He's blemishing the Holy Covenant in all the discernments in it, as it detains the two forms of coupling, from the side of Vak and from the side of Gar. And it is written about it, then they will go forth and look on the corpses of the men who have transgressed against me. Since the commandment of multiplication permanently enhances his soul. Also by that he defeats his body forever. So it will be at the revival of the dead. And one who does not engage in multiplication makes his body like a corpse. His soul will not enter the domain of the Creator, and he is repelled from the next world. The Seventh Commandment, 223. The Seventh Commandment is to circumcise after 8 days and remove the filth of the foreskin. It is so because that animal, Malchut, is the 8th among all the degrees. When beginning from Bina, and that Nefesh, which departed her, must be seen before her for 8 days, and she is the 8th degree. Nukva of Zeranpin is called an animal only through her ascent and clothing of Bina, who is the 8th degree of 10 sfirot from below upwards. Malchut, Nukva of Zeranpin, is also called 8th, because she rose by 8 degrees from her to Bina, and only then is she called Chaya, or animal, like Bina. Thus, man's soul, born out of Nukva of Zeranpin, who is called animal and 8th, must be seen before the Nukva with corrections of circumcision and exposing on the 8th day after her birth. Then it is apparent that she is a soul from that holy animal and not from another side, because then, by the power of the circumcision and exposing, the Sitra Achra is completely expelled from man's soul. And she can receive all the lights of that animal. This is the meaning of let the waters swarm, and thus she receives the upper mud from Zon, and is completed in these waters.
224. At that time, it seems certain that she is a living soul, meaning a soul of the holy animal, Malchut, and not from the other side. This is the meaning of let the waters swarm, meaning the waters of the holy seed will be imprinted in the impression of the living soul. This is the imprint of the letter Yud, inscribed in the flesh of holiness more than all the other inscriptions in the world. Commentary. The writing explains, let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures, as in inscription and depiction. Through the circumcision and exposing, The upper mud are depicted and inscribed and are given to man's soul in an inscription and depiction of the Nukva, who is called living soul. The upper world, Binah, is inscribed and sealed with the letter Yud. The lower world, Malchut, is inscribed and sealed with the letter Hey. When Malchut, Nukva, rises and clothes the upper world, Binah, then the Hey comes out of her from Ma, and Yud enters in her stead, such as Binah, me. This is the inscription of the letter Yud, inscribed in the flesh of holiness, more than all other inscriptions in the world. It is so because through circumcision and exposing, all the reshimot, the records of this world, from the letter Hey, come out of man too. And the imprint of the letter Yud comes in its stead, and was done as it was done in Nukva that rose to Binah. And since the flesh of the holiness of Yesod is sealed with the letter Yud, the man can receive a complete living soul from the holy Nukva too. 225. And let birds fly above the earth. This is Elijah, who flies the entire world in 4 flights, to be there in that covenant of holy circumcision. And a chair must be set up for him, and to mention before him, this is the chair of Elijah. If not, he will not be present there. Here, the text explains, and let birds fly above the earth. Over Elijah, who flies the entire world in 4 flights. Below, he explains the verse, and every winged bird after its kind, as angels that fly and sail in the world in 6 flights. Here at the end of the verse, he explains that when it writes above the earth, it should not be interpreted as high angels, for they are not in the earth. Hence, it is necessarily Elijah. Fly above the earth is Elijah, who is always in the earth. Since Elijah extends from Nukva of Zeranpin and is always with her. Also, Elijah is not from the side of Abba Ve'ima, for he flies in 4 flights, indicating that he is from Nukva, from the Chazeh and below, where there are only 4 Sfirot. The angels are from the side of Abba Ve'ima. Hence, they are present only in the heaven, and have Vak, Chagat Nehi. Thus, when they come to the earth to carry out their mission, they fly in 6 flights, for they clothe in 6 Sfirot. But Elijah is not from the side of Abba Ve'ima, but from the side of Malchut, and is always in the earth. Since Malchut has 4 Sfirot from Zeranpin, Tanhi, from his Chazeh and down, he flies through the earth by only 4 flights, in clothing of 4 Sfirot Tanhi. And since the writing says, and let birds fly above the earth, it follows not, it does not apply to the angels, only to Elijah who is in the earth. But the verse, and every winged bird after its kind, where the name above the earth is not mentioned, applies to the angels who are from the side of Abba ve'Ima and fly throughout the world in 6 flights. Elijah flew through the whole world in 4 flights to be there at that holy circumcision. Because Elijah said, I have been very jealous for the Lord, for the sons of Israel have forsaken your covenant. The Creator said to Elijah, wherever my sons inscribe this holy inscription in their flesh, there you will be. And the mouth that testified that Israel had left the covenant will testify that Israel are keeping the covenant. Elijah was punished by the Creator because he accused his sons, as it was written, for the sons of Israel have forsaken your covenant. Of course, we should not take the matters literally, that Elijah was obligated to be present in each and every circumcision of the sons of Israel because of a punishment for accusing Israel. Also, why is it said here that he must be invited and mentioned in words, this is the chair of Elijah, or he will not be present there? And if he must be present in each circumcision because of a punishment, then he must be there. And why does it require Elijah's testimony and that he will testify before him and that the sons of Israel are keeping the circumcision? Is everything not revealed before the Creator? Indeed, a great and terrible secret is concealed here under their soft words, as they always do. You will understand the matter with what is presented in the Zohar. Rabbi Eli opened and said, be whole with the Lord your God. What's the difference between tam, whole, and tamim, another way of writing whole? It is written about Abraham, walk before me and be whole, tamim. And it is written about Jacob, who was more complete. Jacob was a whole, a tam man. This is because there was no waste left in him at all, because he was circumcised. With what did he perform the circumcision and purify from that waste? That place that attacks the waste within, which is present in the place of the circumcision, is an ox, which is the form of the left of his throne. In the Merkava, in the chariot of the throne, the face of a lion is in the right, and the face of the ox on the left. The ox is called a whole, a tam ox. Since in the Merkava, the chariot of the throne, there is an inscription of the covenant. For this reason, this ox is called a whole ox. Also, Jacob is gripped in it and is the whole ox. He made the circumcision and completely removed the filth of the waist, since there is a prone ox on the part of the foreskin and exposing, and several litigants come out of him through the bottom degree, called ruins. And they all come out of that prone ox in conjunction with the evil donkey, the harsh judgment of the man'ula. And Jacob was a whole man, means the husband of that whole one. Explanation. There are 4 shells: stormy wind, great cloud, blazing fire, and noga around it. The first three are all impure shells, but the noga shell is half good, half bad. When the three shells are attached to it, it becomes entirely bad. And when it parts from them and clings to holiness, it becomes entirely good. These four shells are the siyum, the end of the partsuf. At the siyum of Yesod, where there are two skins, one atop the other. The first skin is called foreskin, and the three impure shells are included in it: stormy wind, great cloud, and blazing fire. The second skin is called the exposing skin, the noga shell, which is half good, half bad. Adam Rishon was born circumcised because the three impure shells had no grip on him, and only the noga shell was in him, the skin of exposing. It was all good, for it was separated from the three impure shells. Hence it clung to Kedusha. However, by the sin of the tree of knowledge, through the seduction of the serpent, which consists of the three impure shells, he pulled the other skin over him, the foreskin. As we learn, the Adam HaRishon was pulling his foreskin. It is also written, if its owner is warned, yet he does not confine it, the ox shall be stoned, and its owner also shall be put to death. This is so because when the foreskin jumped him and connected to his yesod, his neshama of Atzilut promptly parted from him. He fell to Asiyah and was sentenced to death. It was said that there is a prone ox on the part of the foreskin and exposing. Since the foreskin jumped him because he was failing, not eating from the tree of knowledge, and did not confine himself and ate, thus the two skins were defiled together for the skin of exposing, which is noga, and also it was also defiled by its joining and adhesion with the foreskin, which is the three impure shells. However, there is a difference between them because the skin of exposing is called a whole ox and not a failing one, since it was a incomplete kedusha prior to the sin of the tree of knowledge. It is defiled only by the foreskin that has attached to it. Hence, there are two special corrections, circumcision and exposing. It is written about the prone ox, the ox shall be stoned. Also, the foreskin should be removed and cut off from the kedusha and be thrown to the dust. But regarding the whole ox, it is written, they shall divide its price equally. Also, the skin of exposing should be placed in kedusha, connected to Yesod, but it needs to be halved and torn to here and to here, by which the mochin are revealed back to the partzuf, and holy flesh is revealed.
He performed exposing in this ox and completely removed the filth of the waist, for by having the skin to here and around the yesod, all the filth was cancelled and gone, for it received the skin of exposing through its previous connection to the foreskin. And the mochin that departed because of the foreskin could be revealed once more. However, this is still not enough to bring back all the mochin that departed from Adam Rishon because of the sin of the tree of knowledge. For it is written, and its owner also shall be put to death, even though the ox is stoned. It is so because of the great power of the prone ox, who is the slandering sum. By what is written, its owner has been warned, yet he does not confine it. To correct that, Elijah took upon himself that same guilt of the sum and slandered the sons of Israel instead of the sum, as it is written, "For the sons of Israel have forsaken your covenant." By that, he closed the mouth of Sam, and Sam's mission was cancelled because Elijah took his mission upon himself. And then he had the strength to become an advocate when he saw that the sons of Israel were keeping the covenant. This is why Elijah must be present at each circumcision, so that the mouth that testified that the sons of Israel had left the covenant will testify that Israel are keeping the covenant. He took upon himself Sam's power to slander the sons of Israel, saying that Israel had left the covenant, as it is written, and its owner has been warned, yet he does not confine it. Hence, he has the power to testify that they are keeping the covenant. Then the power of the prone ox is removed completely, and all the mochin that departed because of the prone ox can reappear. Hence, besides the chair of the Godfather, on which the circumcision and exposing are performed, another chair should be set up for Elijah. And why is a single chair not enough for both? It is because in every place the chair is the beginning of the correction, the instilling of the upper one in the lower one. Also, the mochin that appear through the circumcision and exposing, and Elijah's testimony about the keeping of the covenant, are two distinct matters. The measure of the mochin that appear through exposing are on a part of the whole ox, when it is not known that it is an ox that gored. This is the returning of Noga to Kedusha, holiness, through dividing its price equally. Elijah's testimony, on the other hand, is to remove the ill of the prone ox, which is the power of the three impure shells themselves, and close their mouths so they cannot slander. Hence, two chairs are required. One, the throne of the Creator, the throne of the Godfather, for instilling the actual mochin through the circumcision and exposing. And two, for instilling Elijah, who closes the mouth of the shells so they cannot slander. This is the chair of Elijah. We should understand why it is necessary to mention in words, "This is the chair of Elijah." Otherwise, even if a chair has been prepared for him, he will not come there. It is written, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" which is the mouth of Elijah. Also, the Holy Covenant is the mouth of the Creator. Hence, There is a difference between the Holy Covenant, the mochin that appear through circumcision and exposing, which are the mouth of the Creator, and the mouth of Elijah himself. To understand it, we should delve deeper into the matter of closing the mouth of the prone-ox, so it does not slander Israel after the return of the mochin through circumcision and exposing. This is because besides Elijah's testimony, another special correction is required, which is done by throwing the foreskin to the dust. It is said in the Zohar that when a person is circumcised on the 8th day, when he is past the 7th day, which is Malchut, in Mochin of Abba Ve'ima, who is called holy, the foreskin is cut and thrown outside. The Sitra Achra sees that she is given a part of that offering of the circumcision, and through that gift, she turns from slandering to advocating Israel before the Creator. Explanation. It is the nature of spiritual ones that they are integrated in one another. And since the foreskin was once attached to Yesod, when it is cut off from Yesod, it takes a part of the Kedusha, holiness, with it. And when we throw the foreskin to the outer ones, they suckle through it some illumination from the mochin that appear through circumcision and exposing. This is why they no longer wish to slander Israel and arrest these mochin, for they will lose their share as well, which they take from these mochin. For this reason, they become Israel's advocates, to keep the mochin in them. This is why Elijah does not tolerate this correction. For although they stop slandering Israel, they take a part of the Kedusha in return for it. To correct that, Elijah took all the slandering upon himself and did not wish to appease them whatsoever by giving a part of the offering of the Kedusha. Hence, even though the Sitra Achra has stopped slandering and became an advocate, Elijah himself is still slandering to completely uproot the power of the Sitra Achra and separate him from the Kedusha. This is why the mouth of Elijah is required here, in addition to the mouth of the Creator, which appears through the circumcision and exposing, which leaves a part of the offering to the Sitra Achra. Since Elijah's mouth completely uproots the Sitra Achra. This is why it was said that the mouth that testified that Israel had left the covenant is the one that will testify that Israel are keeping the covenant. This is why it is necessary to mention in words, "This is the chair of Elijah." It is necessary to mention and to extend the mouth of Elijah on his chair and not settle for the mouth of the Creator, who removes the accuser and turns it into an advocate. For he remains committed to giving a part to the Sitra Achra. But through Elijah's mouth, he removes the accuser and does not need to appease him in any way for it. If one does not exert to extend the mouth of Elijah with his mouth, that is, on his chair, then he is not present there, for he must be drawn in. And it is not a question, how is it possible that the mouth of Elijah corrects more than the mouth of the Creator? For this is what God has created to do. Since the Creator began creation in a way that through one's good deeds, he will be able to complete it.
226. And God created the great sea monsters. There are two sea monsters, and they are foreskin and exposing. The cutting of the foreskin followed by exposing. Also, they are male and female. And every living soul that moves is the inscription of the Holy Covenant, a holy living soul, with which the waters swarmed, refers to the upper waters that were attracted to it, to this inscribed token. The sea monsters are a Leviathan and his mate. Opposite them are the foreskin and exposing, which are the bow serpent and the slant serpent, male and female, since the foreskin is the bow serpent, a male, which must be removed and thrown to the dust, and exposing is a correction, removing the evil of the slant serpent, the female. It is written, and every living soul that moves, implying to the inscription of that token of Holy Covenant, since through the exposing, when the skin is parted, exposing to here and to here over the Yesod, the inscription of the Yud appears, the Siyum, end of the upper world, which is called Chaya. This is why it is called an inscription of a holy living soul, of which it is written, and every living soul that moves. It was said, upper waters which were drawn to it, to that inscribed token, meaning the mud of the upper world, upper Abba Ve'ima, which are called Chaya, extended only to the inscription of the Yud. Then the letter He comes out of the Ma, and Yud enters in its stead, and it is called Mi, like Bina. 227. For this reason, Israel were imprinted in a holy and pure inscription below, like the holy inscriptions above, to distinguish between the holy side and the other side. Thus are Israel inscribed to distinguish between the sanctity of Israel and the idol-worshipping nations that come from the other side. And as he inscribed Israel, he inscribed their beasts and fowl to distinguish between them, and the beasts and fowls of the idol-worshipping nations, happy are Israel. Also, their beasts and fowl were inscribed because man's relation towards the rest of the creatures in the world is as the relation of the collective toward the individuals in it. This is so because within man's body he includes all the people in the world in one collective, and each is an individual creature existing independently, apart from the form of man. Hence, as Israel are distinguished from the nations of the world by the human in them, that same division applies to the elements in them, which are beasts and fowl. The reason why he mentions beasts and fowl specifically is because the text mentions them, However, it is the same with all creations derived from Israel and from the nations of the world.
Zohar, the Eighth Commandment, item 228. The Eighth Commandment is to love the stranger who comes to be circumcised and be under the wings of divinity. She, Malchut, lets under her wings all those who separate themselves from the other, impure side, and draw near her, as it is written, "Let the earth bring forth living souls after its kind." The issue of the wings of divinity is a long and profound matter, but I will clarify it as needed to understand the words below. Malchut, the Nukva of Zeranpin, is called divinity with regard to the disclosure. That is, she does not depart us, even when we are very far from her. As we learn, in every place where they are exiled, divinity is with them. And as it is written, who dwells with them in the midst of their impurity. In that respect, Zeranpin is also called Shochen, dweller, in masculine form, and the Nukva Shechina, divinity in feminine form. This disclosure is present only when Zon are face to face on an equal level, since then the illumination of the coupling is very great until the unification appears in even the most remote and restricted places. Also, it is known that the structure of the Gadlut of Zon does not come at once. Rather, first the Katnut of Zon is built in Mochin of Vak, then the Gadlut is extended. This applies to all the degrees of Zon. Moreover, even when Zon have Mochin of Gadlut, the Mochin of Katnut are not cancelled, because they too need to assist the coupling of Mochin of Gadlut. At that time they are called the wings of divinity. It is written, and the cherubim shall spread out their wings upward, covering the ark with their wings. Their primary task is to spread their wings and cover the illumination of the coupling of Gadlut, so that even the most remote will be able to receive the light of the coupling without anything reaching the shells through it. It is so because those who are not in complete purity are always repelled from the light of Kedusha, holiness, or fear that they will transfer the abundance to the shells. However, now, through the covering of the wings, there is careful guarding of the abundance until even the ones nearest to the shells cannot fail and bring down the abundance to the shells, because the wings protect them. Therefore, one who comes to convert and be circumcised, since his body comes from the foreskin, whose fathers did not stand by Mount Sinai, and the filth of the serpent did not cease from them, we still have the power to raise him to upper Kedusha by raising Man for the great coupling of Zon face to face. Where the wings of divinity govern, spreading their wings and covering the light of the coupling. Then we can raise the soul of the proselytes to there as well, and he is sanctified by the light of that coupling. And even though he is not completely pure, at that time he can receive from the illumination of the coupling, because the wings protect him so the abundance will not be transferred to the shells, although he is near them. It was said, under the wings of the Shekhinah, because they can receive only from the light of Malchut, and only from her wings, the externality of Malchut, but not from the body of the Shekhinah, much less from Zaranpin himself. Malchut brings them under her wings. We could ask about it previously being said that coming under the wings of the Shekhinah means that we must raise the proselyte to be under the wings of the Shekhinah. While here, he says that she lets under her wings. This would mean that divinity herself brings them up to her. The thing is that it is possible to bring the soul of the proselyte closer only through a coupling of Gadlut. For only then are the wings of the Shekhinah covering the illumination of the coupling. Thus, first we must raise Man to evoke this coupling of Gadlut and extend illumination of the coupling for our soul. And then divinity spreads her wings and covers the light of the coupling, bringing the soul of the proselyte under her wings. It follows that first we elevate the soul of the proselyte through our Man, and once he has risen, the Shekhinah receives him under her wings.
Item 229. It cannot be said that this living soul that is included in Israel is meant for all. Rather, it is, as written, living souls after its kind to Israel and not the proselytes. This earth is called, which is called living, Chaya means living as well as animal, has several corridors and rooms, one inside the other under its wings. Commentary. It is possible to raise the soul of the proselyte only when we raise Man for coupling of Gadlut and draw upon ourselves the illumination of Neshama from that coupling. At that time, there is the spreading of the wings of the Shekhinah, to which the soul of the proselyte rises, and he, too, receives from the light of the coupling. For that reason, it cannot be said that this living soul that is included in Israel is meant for all. Perhaps you could say that the proselyte too receives from that light of coupling of living soul that Israel drew for the illumination of their souls. However, as it is written, living soul after its kind, meaning that the proselytes receive from the illumination of the coupling that which belongs to their kind, only from the externality of the coupling, and not from the internality, which belongs only to Israel. The wings are vak from the time of Katnut, which operate during the coupling of Gadlut as well, for covering the light of the coupling. There are Chagat Nehi in Vak. Chagat are called rooms to dwell in. Nehi are called corridors, a gate, and entrance to the rooms, but they are not to be dwelled in themselves, for they serve only as entrance and exit. This is so because the essence of Hagat is Tiferet, their middle line, which is a complete vessel and a receptacle for the light of Chasadim. The essence of Nahi is Yesod, the middle line, in which there is no receptacle for itself, in and of itself, and it serves as a way to pass through and raise reflected light. This is why the Nahi are called corridors. The earth, which is called animal, has several corridors and rooms, one inside the other, under its wings. Because she must bring under her wings proselytes from 17 nations. Therefore, several rooms are ready for them in Hagat of the wings, and several corridors in the Nahi of the wings. They receive Nefesh from the corridors and Ruach from the rooms. 230. There are two corridors in the right-hand side wing of Malchut, which divide from this wing into two other nations which are close to Israel in unification to bring them into these corridors. Under the left wing are two other corridors which divide into two other nations, Ammon and Moab. They are all called living soul. Previously it was said that there are several corridors, and here it is said that there are only two on the right and two on the left. The thing is that here it is only about the inclusive ones, meaning that there are two inclusive corridors on the right for the nations that belong to the right, and there are two inclusive corridors on the left for the nations that belong to the left. The two nations on the right include all the nations on the right that relate to the two general corridors on the right wing. But the Zohar does not explain which they are. The two nations on the left include all the nations on the left, which are Ammon and Moab, and relate to the two general corridors on the left wing. All of them are called a living soul. All the souls of the proselytes that come from all the nations are called living souls. This is because they receive only from the coupling of Gadlut of Zon, when Zon are in the place of upper Abba Ve'ima. Then Malchut is called a living soul because there is light of Abba Ve'ima in her, which is light of Chaya. And since the souls of the proselytes receive from the wings of the living soul, they are called living souls as well. 231. Several other closed rooms and other halls are in each wing. Spirits come out of them to be dispensed to all those converting proselytes. They are called living souls, but after its kind. They all enter under the wings of the Shekhinah, but no further. This is so because each wing consists of Vak Chagat Nehi, which are called rooms, and corridors. Each nation has its own room in Chagat and its own corridor in Nehi. Each receives Nefesh from the corridors and each receives ruach from the rooms. The rooms are closed because Chagat of Bak are covered chasadim, blocked from illumination of Chokhmah. 232. But the neshama, or soul, of Israel comes out from the body of the tree, Zeranpin, from which souls fly into the earth, Malchut, to its intestines, deep within. As it is written, for you shall be a delightful land. Hence, Israel is a delightful son, and her heart goes out to him. They are called that are born from the gut, and not from the wings outside the body. Proselytes have no part in the upper tree, Zeranpin, much less his body. Rather, their share is in Malchut's wings and no further. The proselyte is under the wings of the Shekhinah and no further. Proselytes of justice are those who are present there and grip there, but not inside. This is why it is written, let the earth bring forth living souls after its kind. To whom? Cattle and creeping things and beasts of the earth after its kind. All suckle the living soul from that animal, but each by its kind, as befits it. Zeranpin is called the tree of life. And Nukva is called the land of the living. At the time of Gadlut, when they clove upper Abba Ve'ima, Mochin of Chaya. The neshama of Israel comes out of the body of the tree, from the insides of Zeranpin, and from there souls fly into earth, Malchut, to its insides, deep within. Through a coupling of a tree, Zeranpin, in the land of the living, the Nukva, Zeranpin gives the souls of Israel to the Nukva, to its very insides, and from her Israel receive their souls. But not as proselytes, receiving only from the Nukva, and only from the externality of the Nukva, from her wings, not from the very inside, meaning the deepest part. This is so because the Nukva has 3 partsufim clothed in one another. Ibur, Yenika, Mochin. Partsuf Mochin is clothed in Partsuf Yenika, and Partsuf Yenika is clothed inside Partsuf Ibur. He made a precision that Israel receive from the very inside of the Nukva, from Partsuf Mochin. This is why Israel are called a delightful son to whom her heart goes out. They are also called born from the gut and not from the wings, which are her externality. Commentary. The Nehi of the Nukva are called gut, because there is the place of Ibur, conception, and raising of the souls of Israel. Yet this does not relate to the Nehi of the 2 external partsufim, Ibur and Yenika, the wings, but to Nehi of Partsuf Mochin, the intestines. As it is written, my dear son Ephraim, is he a delightful child? For whenever I speak of him, I certainly still remember him. Therefore my heart goes out to him. Or in Hebrew, guts. Since the souls of Israel are from the internality of Malchut, who is called intestines, it is written, my heart or my gut goes out to him. This is why he calls them born from the gut, the nehi of Partzuf Mochin, and not from the wings, which are outside the body, and not from nehi of the other external Partzufim, which are the wings. It is said that the proselytes have no share in the upper tree, Zeranpin, much less in his body. Rather, their share is only the wings, and no further, under the wings of the Shekhinah, and no further. This is why they are called proselytes of justice, since the Shekhinah is called justice. They dwell under her wings, uniting with her, and they have no part from above, from the Shekhinah. This is why it is written, let the earth bring forth living souls after its kind, to whom cattle and creeping things and beasts of the earth after its kind. Anyone who has a soul from a cattle and creeping things and beasts of the earth receives her only from the nefesh of Chaya, which is Malchut, in coupling of Gadlut, face to face with Zeranpin. Hence, each is to its kind, as befits it, only from the wings, and not from the insides of the illumination of this great coupling.
The Ninth Commandment, item 233. The Ninth Commandment is to pardon the poor and give them prey. It is written, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let us make man in collaboration, for he consists of male and female. In our image means rich. After our likeness refers to the poor. 234. On the part of the male, they are rich, and on the part of the female, they are poor. And as they are united, compassionate to each other, giving to each other, and doing good to one another, so should man be below. The rich and the poor, united, giving to each other, and doing good to one another. Can I continue? 235. Anyone who is willingly merciful towards the poor, his form never changes from the form of Adam Harishon, and since the form of Adam is inscribed in him, he governs all the people in the world through that form. As it is written, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be over all the animals of the earth. They all tremble and fear that the form that was inscribed in him, since this commandment to pardon the poor is better than all other commandments for elevating man in the form of Adam Harishon. 236. How do we know this? From Nebuchadnezzar. Even though he dreamed that dream, as long as he was pardoning poor, the dream did not come true for him. While he cast an evil eye, not pardoning the poor, it is written, while the sword was in the king's mouth, a voice came from heaven saying, King Nebuchadnezzar, to you it is declared, sobriety has been removed from you. His form promptly changed, and he stayed far from people. This is why it is written, let us make man. Here it is written, making, and in Ruth it writes, the name of the man with whom I made it today is Boaz. As making means tzedakah, here it means tzedakah as well. It explains the creation of male and female, rich and poor, but there is no hint that the rich should have mercy on the poor and sustain them. He says that this verse commands to pardon the poor. Indeed, there is great depth here, for this verse is different from all the previous verses, as in all of them you find the verse separately from the act thus, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God said, let there be a firmament, and God made the firmament. And God said, let the water be gathered, and it was so. Also, you do not find in any of them that the doing is mingled with the saying. The reason why creation came out in Abba ve'Ima is that Abba says and Ima does. Abba gave to Ima after the abundance was inscribed in the boundaries. In Ima, the abundance was activated. This is similar to potential and actual, since with Ima alone no creation can be carried out, because there is no boundary in her that depicts the actions in some form. Hence, there is a verse from Abba, which is the bestowal upon Ima. And since it is still in potential, there cannot be a phrasing of action in it, but a phrasing of let there be. However, in the verse about Adam's creation, it uses making in the verse itself. For it is written, and God said, let us make man. And there is another significant change here, because it is written, let us make, in plural form, and not, I will make.
כי כתוב נעשה לשון רבים, ולא כתוב אעשה אדם. והעניין הוא כי
The thing is that prior to the creation of the world of correction, there was the breaking of the vessels in Zat of the world of Nikodim. As we learn, he created worlds and destroyed them. Finally, he created this world and said, this one gives me pleasure. Yet, through the breaking of the vessels in the 7 Sephirot, Chagat Nehim of Nikudim, the Kedusha mingled with the shells. Afterwards, the name Ma appeared and brought out 4 worlds, Abiyah, on the path of correction. This is the meaning of, this one gives me joy, since it sorted the holy sparks from the shells, and to the extent of the Kedusha, the world and everything in them were created. This is what you find in every act of creation, separation and sorting, such as, and God divided the light from the darkness, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Similarly, are between water and land, the after its kind in the verse, let the land put forth grass, and between the governance of the day and the governance of the night, as well as the matter of the emergence of a living soul from the water and from the earth. All that points to sorting the Kedusha from the shells, and the good from the bad. Anything that is sorted becomes an existing reality, according to what befits it in Kedusha. This is why it was said that the whole act of creation is included in the first day in the verse, "Let there be light," since there was complete separation there between the light and the darkness. Usually, Kedusha is called light, and shells are called darkness. As all the other titles of Kedusha and shells are but elements and branches of light and darkness. With respect to the distinction between light and darkness, by which all the creations in Genesis are sorted, the correction is still incomplete. This is because, in that respect, all the evil and the darkness remained as something needless. This is completely unlike the wholeness of the Creator, since the correction is not finalized. Rather, as it is written, even the darkness will not be dark to you, and night is as bright as the day. Darkness is as light. To correct that, man was created consisting of everything from absolute evil to absolute good. And through it, the end of correction will occur in the desirable perfection, turning evil into good, bitter into sweet. Darkness will be as light, death will be swallowed up forever. And the Lord shall be king over all the earth. Hence, the verse about the creation of man came out significantly different from the rest of the verses that relate to the rest of the creations in Genesis, since here are the making mingled with the verse itself. This is so because this verse is from Ima, not from Abba. She said, "Let us make man," implying collaboration, since she partook with Malchut of Atzilut to create man. Malchut of Atzilut includes everything, as it is written, and his kingship rules over all. She provides for and gives sustenance to the evil forces too. Otherwise, the evil would have no power to exist. As it is written, and her legs go down to death. The shells receive a tiny candle from her, enough to sustain them. Also, Malchut is called Asiyah, because she spreads and governs the whole of Asiyah. She is also called darkness because she illuminates a tiny candle to sustain the darkness and the evil. When Ima herself is included in Malchut, a single bonding action and darkness mingle in her herself. This is the meaning of "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." The light is called their image, and the darkness is called likeness. Once Ima partook in Malchut, the two forces, image and likeness, were made in her, and by them she created man consisting of the two forces, image and likeness too. This is why she said, "In our image, after our likeness." Let us make man in bonding. The words "let us" indicate collaboration, inclusion of male and female. It indicates that Ima herself consists of male and female. since although Ima is the male world, and there is no Nukva in her at all, she partook with the Malchut, Nukva, in our image means rich, and after our likeness means poor. This is so because on the part of the male they are rich, and on the part of the female they are poor. As male is light and wealth, and Nukva, female, is darkness and poverty. And since she said, in our image, after our likeness, darkness and poverty are in her, herself, due to her participation with Malchut, for the creation of man. Thus, man came out, comprising rich and poor, light and darkness. By that, the entire correction will be completed by him, and Malchut will expand in her Kedusha over all the earth, and the Lord will be one, and his name one. Since then, the darkness in Malchut will turn into complete light, like the male, Havaya, and it will be, he is one and his name one. Then the words, there will be no poor among you, will come true. And as they are bonded, compassionate toward each other, giving to each other, and doing good to one another, so should man be below, the rich and the poor in a single bond, giving to each other and doing good to one another, as the image and the likeness included in Ima are in a single bond, because Ima is compassionate toward the likeness, Malchut, to correct all the darkness in her. Upper Ima diminished herself and gave of her share to the poor Malchut, doing good to her. Similarly, man, who was created by her in image and likeness, should have mercy on the poor, who are the likeness in him, bond with them, provide for them all that they need, and do good to them. By keeping this commandment, he will draw upon himself the image and likeness of Ima, which are the upper mochin that Adam HaRishon was awarded when he was created with these image and likeness. Then it is written, and let them rule over the fish of the sea. Anyone who is willingly merciful towards the poor, his form never changes from the form of Adam HaRishon. And when the form of Adam is inscribed in him, he governs all the creations in the world through that form. As it is written, and let them rule over the fish of the sea. This is so because through this commandment he was rewarded with those image and likeness of Adam, all those mochin and upper brightness of Atzilut, with which Adam HaRishon was rewarded, and by which he governed all the creations in the world. That is, there were still none of the powers of the evil powers that did not surrender to him. They all trembled and feared that the form which was inscribed in him. They were all fearful and dreaded that image that was inscribed in him, because he cancelled all the forces of evil and darkness, and they had no resurrection before him, since the name of the Lord was called upon him, and this is the image of God. He brings evidence from Nebuchadnezzar, who did not have any commandments. Yet after he was sentenced in the dream, and Daniel solved it, Daniel told him, "Unload your iniquity by righteousness." And so he did. As long as he was merciful towards the poor, the sentence of the dream did not affect him. When he cast the evil eye of not pitying the poor, as it is written, while the word was in the king's mouth, his form promptly changed and drew far from the people. Thus, this commandment is greater than all the commandments in the Torah, for by itself it can revoke from a person all sorts of bad sentences to which he has been sentenced. This is why it is written, "Let us make man." It writes making here, and it is written in Ruth, the name of the man with whom I made today, Boaz. And as I made that with Boaz, it was tzedakah. Here it is tzedakah as well. That is, the word make, that was said regarding Adam's creation, indicates the commandment of tzedakah, since Ima did tzedakah with Malchut and was included in her. He brings evidence from Ruth, who said the name of the man with whom I made. This seems unexplained, for all she did with him was received from him. But with the explanation that making means bonding of rich and poor, the word making with Boaz is justified, for they both joined in a single bonding through tzedakah.
Article the Tenth Commandment, item 237. The Tenth Commandment is to wear tefillin and to complete himself in the high form. As it is written, "And God created man in his own image." It is also written, "Your head upon you is like the Carmel." This is the upper Rosh, the head tefillin of the upper king Havaya, in inscribed letters. Each letter in the name Havaya is one portion in the tefillin. Thus, the holy name is inscribed in the portions of the tefillin in the order of the letters. The name of the Lord is called upon you, and they will fear you. Are the head tefillin, the holy name, by the order of the letters. Explanation. The commandment to pardon the poor was only the beginning for extending the upper form, the image of God. Through the commandment to pardon the poor, Ima was included in Malchut, as it is written, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." This is the meaning of Ima lending her clothes to her daughter. Through the incorporation of Malchut in Ima, the letters Ele fell to the place of Zon, and only the letters Mi remained in Ima. It is considered that the letters Ele of Abba ve'Ima descended to Zon. Abba took Zaranpin, Ima took the Nukva, and they became actual Zon. since the upper one that descends to the lower one becomes like it. Through them, Zon obtained the katnut of the tselem of Elokim, Vak without a rosh. Since Ima, too, lost her gal through this participation, because the three vessels, Ele, fell from her, and the letters Mi, Keter Chochma, remained in her, lacking the bottom three of the vessels and the first three of the lights. Thus, lights of Ruach Nefesh remained in her vessels of Mi, the light of Ruach in the vessel of Keter, and the light of Nefesh in the vessel of Chochmah. For this reason, she could impart only Vak without a Rosh upon Zon. It follows that Zon has not been completed in the upper form, which are Mochin of Gal, called the Tselem of Elokim. This is why the 10th commandment is to wear tefillin and to complete himself in the upper form. Through the commandment of tefillin, one extends the Gal to Zon, which are the completion of the upper tselem. Even though this refers to the lower man, and the Zon have necessarily been completed by now, for they would not be able to beget Naran to the lower man before they rose to the place of Abba Ve'ema themselves and grow in their mochin like them. Why do we say that Ima is still in Katnut? You should know that when Zon obtained the mochin of Abba Ve'ema, they clothe Abba Ve'ema and they are truly like them, since the lower that rises to the upper truly becomes like it. Hence, everything we now detect in Abba Ve'ema refers to Zon that became Abba Ve'ema. For all the conducts applied in Abba Ve'ema for begetting Zon, Mochin of Zon of Atzilut, apply completely so in Zon that became Abba Ve'ema when they beget the Mochin, the Naran, for the lower man. There is no difference whatsoever. Hence, there is no need to change the names at all. And now Zon are called Abba Ve'ema, and the Naran of the lower man are named Zon. Remember this for all the rest. And God created man in his own image. Yechida Chaya have no vessels. Only Naran have the vessels Binah and Zon. Even when we explicitly say vessel of Keter, it refers to Binah and Zon of Keter. Also, Binah and Zon are divided into 10 sfirot through the correction of lines. The 3 lines of Binah are Chabad, the 3 lines of Zeranpin are Chagat, and the 3 lines of Nukva are Nehim. This number applies to light of Chasadim, but for dispensing of illumination of Chokhmah, Binah was divided into 2 phases, Abba Ve'ema and Yeshut, Chabad Chagat, which, along with Zat of Zon, are 13 sfirot. In Gematria, this is Echad, implying to the complete name. This is so because Keter and Chokhmah were hidden in Chokhmah Stima of Arichanpin, and only his Bina illuminates all the Mochin of Atzilut, dividing into Abba Ve'ima and Yeshut of Atzilut, her Gar in Abba Ve'ima, and the Vak in Yeshut. Abba Ve'ima are called the Mem of Tzelem, a pure ring. Since the Mem is like a closed ring, closing the Mochin from all round. Yeshut are called Lamed of Tzelem because Lamed raises her head above, which implies to Mochin of Gar. As it is written, the name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous runs in it and is set up on high. This is so because Yeshut is a tower, and Zeranpin is the righteous who runs in that tower and is set up very high. Thus, Abba Ve'ima are a ring that closes the Mochin. The light of Chokhmah will not appear in them because of their great height. Since the light of Chokhmah in them, Chokhmah Stima, disappeared from all the Partzufim of Atzilut. And there is only light of Chasadim in them, pure air, since air is the light of Ruach. It is also called hidden air, because the Yud never departed from their Avil. However, since Yeshut are Zat of Bina, Zon that are included in Bina are not called hidden air, since during the imparting of Mochin of Gadlut to Zon, Yud went out of their Avil and they became Or, Chokhmah and Mochin of Gar. For this reason, Yeshut is called a tower that flies in the air. A tower, Migdal in Hebrew, means Gadlut of Gar. And because these Mochin are not fixed in Zon, it follows that during the Katnut, Zon became Avil because the Yod entered the Or. At the time of Gadlut, the Yod comes out of the Avil, which becomes Or. This is the reason why it is regarded as a flying tower, due to the correction in it, in the Avil. Also, Zeranpin is called the Tzaddik in Tzelem, because it is the Tzaddik, righteous, who runs in the tower that is set up on high. The three-letter Tzelem are Zeranpin, Tzadi, Yeshut, Lamed, and Abba Ve'ima, Mem. Also, they are Chabad, Abba Ve'ima, Chokhmah, enclosed in a pure ring, since they are Chokhmah Stima. Yeshut is Bina. But when she ascends to Rosh Arichanpin, the Yud comes out of her Avil and gives Chokhmah, like a tower that flies in the air. Zeranpin, which runs in the tower, receives the Mochin, Dat. Hence the Mochin are always called by the name Tzelem. It was said that Chabad are the letters Mem, Lamed, Tzadi of Tzelem, and must not be mingled with the three lines in the Mochin, which are called Chabad. This is because those Chabad of Tzelem are not in three lines, but are three complete Patzufim clothing one another. Since Chokhmah is Mem from Tzelem, Abba Ve'ima that clothe from the Chazeh down inside Bina, which is Yeshut. Lamed from Tzelem, and Yeshut clothed from the Chazeh and below inside the Dat, Zeranpin, Tzadi from Tzelem. The 10th commandment is to wear tefillin and to complete himself in the high form, as it is written, and God created man in his own image. Meaning that through the tefillin, mochin of Gal, are extended in the order of the letters Tzadi, Lamed, Mem. As it is written, and God created man in his own image, which is the upper brightness of Atzilut, that Adam HaRishon received when he was created. We first extend them to Zon, and from there these mochin bestow upon us as well. The head tefillin is the name of the upper holy king, Havaya, in inscribed letters. The tefillin are called Carmel, since Carmel means Kar Maleh, with abundance. As it is written, your head upon you is like the Carmel. When the upper wash of Zeranpin, as well as that of the Nukva, are clothed in a head tefillin, the upper mochin of Tzelem, similar to the Carmel, like a pasture filled with abundance. These mochin are called the name of the High Holy King, the 4 letters Havaya, as is the order of the letters Yud, He, Vav, He. The reason why he emphasizes Havaya in inscribed letters is that each letter is inscribed in the Parzuf in itself, since there are 4 letters Havaya in each Parzuf, 10 Sfirot. Hence, this refers to inscribed letters where each is a complete Parzuf in itself. Each letter in the name Havaya is one out of the 4 portions in the tefillin. The holy name is engraved in them in the proper order of the letters. A portion means a complete parzuf in and of itself, and in the mochin, each letter of the name Havaya becomes a complete parzuf in and of itself. They are arranged in boxes in the order of Yud, He, Vav, He. This is the Rashi tefillin, since the Rabbeinu Tam tefillin are arranged in boxes in the order Yud, He, He, Vav. In 238. The first portion in the tefillin is sanctified to me every firstborn. This is Yud of Havaya, holiness, meaning Chokhmah, the firstborn of all the upper holy ones. It is the first offspring of every womb. Through that fine trail that comes down from Yud and opens the womb to bear fruits and offspring as it should be. This is the upper holy one. Upper Abba Ve'ima are implied in the Yud of Havaya. Yud implies to Abba, and the filling of Yud, Vav Daled, implies to Ima. Parzuf Abba Ve'ima is called holiness, and is called firstborn. Yeshut and Zon are called holiness, only when they receive the holiness from upper Abba Ve'ima. Hence, Yud of Havaya is called the firstborn of all the upper holy ones. who is the firstborn of all the holy Partzufim of Atzilut. Since the Kedusha for the Partzufim of Atzilut extends from Abba Ve'ima, because the light of Chokhmah is called holiness. Abba Ve'ima, Mem in Tselem, are Chokhmah of Atzilut. Since Chokhmah Stima dresses in them and disappears in them. Hence, they are only pure air, light of Chasadim, since this Chokhmah was hidden in Rosh Arichanpin. The Partzufim can receive Chokhmah only from Bina, which return to being Chokhmah when she rises to Rosh of Arichanpin and unites there with Chokhmah Stima through Abba Ve'ima. Then Bina is called Chokhmah as well, and this Chokhmah is called Chokhmah of the 32 paths. Thus, even Bina, which returns to being Chokhmah, is called holiness, only because she receives from Chokhmah Stima in Abba Ve'ima through her ascent to Arichanpin. It is all the more so with the rest of the Partzufim of Atzilut, which receive only from this Bina, which returned to being Chokhmah. The first offspring of every womb, through that fine trail that descends from the Yud, which opens the womb to bear fruits and offspring. It is so because it is regarded as 3 phases: head, torso, and trail. Its upper tip is called Rosh, which implies to Arichanpin and is hidden and clothed in Abba Ve'ima. The goof of the Yud is called torso, implying to Partzuf Abba Ve'ima themselves. The bottom tip of the Yud is called trail, implying to the Yesodot of Abba Ve'ima at the end of their Partzuf, and it is called a fine trail. However, the name trail relates primarily to Yesod of Abba, since Yesod of Ima is called path. As it is written, "And your paths in the mighty waters." It is so because when the abundance in Chasadim is great, they are called mighty waters, where through the coupling of trail and path, which never stops, mighty waters flow onto the worlds ceaselessly. And before Partzuf Abba Ve'ima was established in a connection of trail and path, no abundance was imparted upon the worlds. Therefore, the first offspring of every womb, through that fine trail that descends from the Yod, the path of Ima is called a womb, since all the mercy are given out from there. Before Abba Ve'ima were established in a joining of trail and path, it was blocked. It opened only through the fine trail of Abba. This is why the fine trail is called the first offspring of every womb, which opens the womb to bear fruits and offspring, since first offspring means opening. From the time the fine trail of Abba joins with her, Ima gives out fruits and offspring abundantly, as it should be. as it is written, and your paths in the mighty waters.
239. The second portion is, and it shall be when the Lord brings you. The letter Hey of Havaya is Binah, the hall. A womb opens through the Yod in 50 hidden openings, corridors, and rooms within it. That opening, which the Yod made in that palace, is to hear the voice in it which comes out of the shofar, the horn, Binah. Since this shofar is blocked on all sides, and the Yod comes and opens it to bring the sound out of it. And once she opens it, she blows in it and brings a sound out of it to deliver slaves to freedom. This is so because the Hey of Havaya implies to Partzuf Yeshsud, the Lamed of Tselem, a tower that flies in the air. This is the palace whose womb opens through the Yod in 50 openings. Since Abba ve'Ima are blocked air that does not open, the Mem of Tselem, a ring on their mochin. And the Yod does not come out of their avir, air, in such a way that they impart the light of Chokhmah. Hence, they give out only pure air, light of Chasadim. But Yeshsut, the Lamed of Tselem, Binah, are considered a palace. Her womb opens through the Yod in 50 openings, imparting Chokhmah to Zon through their ascent to Rosh of Arich Anpin, where the Binah turns to Chokhmah. This Binah is called the 50 gates of Binah, since in here are Kachab Zon, in each of which are 10 Sefirot, thus 50. Also, each of the 50 Sefirot is divided into rooms and corridors. Chagat are called rooms. Nehi are called corridors, indicating that they are not vessels of reception for themselves, but for letting out and letting into the rooms. The second portion in the Tefillin, and it shall be when the Lord brings you, implies to the Hey of Havaya, the hall, whose womb opens through the Yod, Yeshsut of Atzilut, whose womb opens to impart Chokhmah to Zon. This is the opening that the Yod made in that palace, to hear in it the voice that comes out of that shofar, since that shofar is blocked from all sides. It is so because when Yeshsut, Binah, was associated with Malchut, the three Sfirot Ele, which are Binah and Zon of the Guf of Yeshsut, descended to Zon of Atzilut, and the two letters Mi remained in Yeshsut. Subsequently, by raising Man, she lowered her bottom hay from her nikve enayim to the peh once more, as she was prior to the association. At that time, the three letters Ele rise back to her, and the name Elokim is completed again. The Zon rise with the Ele, that rose back to Binah. Even though the letters Ele have already risen and connected to Binah, and the name Elokim was completed, it is still considered that the name Elokim is deep and hidden, since there is only light of Chokhmah in it, and illumination of Chokhmah cannot be received in Ele except through clothing of Chasadim. Hence, it is considered that these letters Ele are as a shofar in which the zon that rose with them to Binah, regarded as sound, are dressed. It is so because they are the ones who raise with them the zon to Binah, as they are incorporated in them from the time of Katnut, and they carry the Zeranpin within them. That opening which the Yod made in that palace is to hear in it the sound that comes out of that shofar. The Yod, which are upper Abba ve'Ima, impart upper illumination to lower the bottom Hey from Nikveh Enam of Yesut back to the Peh, and raise the three letters Ele that were in Zon, reconnecting them to the Binah, as they were prior to their association with the Malchut. It follows that the Yod opened the palace of Yeshut to impart Mochin to Zeranpin from the shofar, which are the letters Ele that she raised. This is so because the zon too rise with the letters Ele to Binah, where they receive Chokhmah. Hearing in it the sound that comes out of the shofar, Binah, meaning to emanate Zeranpin with the Mochin of Gadlut, called a voice, and whose emanation is regarded as making a sound. The shofar is blocked on all sides, both from Chasadim and from Chokhmah, since the letters Ele, which are called shofar, fall in the place of zon and are blocked there from both Gar and light of Chasadim. Hence, they need two corrections. One, to elevate them and connect them to Binah, so they obtain their Gar, light of Chokhmah. Two, to give light of Chasadim in them, so it becomes a clothing for Chokhmah. The Yod came and opened it to bring a sound out of it. This is the first correction, that the Yod draws the upper illumination to the Hey, the palace of Yeshut. This lowers the bottom Hey to her place and elevates Ele with the zon within them, connecting them to Binah. Thus, they obtain illumination of Chokhmah, which is also Mochin to the Zeranpin, which rose with the letters Ele. However, the illumination of Chokhmah is still hidden and does not shine due to absence of Chasadim. For this reason, it is considered that the sound has not yet come out, meaning that Zeranpin has not been born yet. It was said that the Hey came and opened it to bring a sound out of it, that is, to bring the sound out of it through the second correction. But now it has not yet come out. When she opened it, she blew in it and brought a sound out of it to deliver slaves freedom. This is the second correction. Since after he opened the palace, connecting the letters Ele with Zon back to Binah, where they obtained light of Chokhmah, he blew in it, meaning that the Yod blew air into the shofar, since Avir, air, is light of Chasadim. And since the shofar, the letters Ele received Avir as well, meaning light of Chasadim, he brought out and begot the Zer Anpin, sound, and brought him out to his place complete. This is so because through the clothing of Chasadim, which the Yod blew, Chokhmah could clothe in it and can be admitted into Zer Anpin. And hence this mochin that Zer Anpin obtained, the sound, delivers slaves to freedom. That is, Zer Anpin gives his illumination to the worlds, and then the children of Israel are rewarded with mochin of Gal, which are called freedom. 240. Israel came out of Egypt in the blowing of that shofar, so that this shofar, and this is how this shofar will be blown at the end of days. Any redemption comes out of that shofar, Binah, and that shofar is present in the story of the Exodus from Egypt too, since she came out of this shofar by the Yod that opened her womb and brought out her sound for the redemption of the slaves. This is the Hey, the second letter from the holy name. It is so because all the mochin that are imparted to Zon come from that shofar. These are the letters Ele. Those great mochin that Zer Anpin received to bring Israel out of Egypt were also from that shofar. And also the mochin that will appear in the end of days for the complete redemption will be from that shofar in the same manner. This is the reason why there is Exodus from Egypt in this portion. And it shall be when the Lord brings you in the tefillin. The mochin that appeared for the Exodus from Egypt came from that shofar in Yeshut by Abba ve'Ima, the Yod of Havaya, that the womb of Yeshut opened, which are the letters Ele, bringing out its sound. Zer Anpin, through obtainment of this mochin for the redemption of the slaves, who cause Israel's exit from enslavement to freedom. Know that Zer Anpin and Nukva are called voice and speech only upon the obtainment of mochin of Chaya, and not on the rest of the degrees which are less than the degree of Chaya. Also, all the redemptions come from the mochin of Chaya. 241. The third portion is the unification of Hear, O Israel. It is Vav of Havaya, which contains everything, which is Zer Anpin, and in whom there is the unification of everything, for they unite in him, and he takes everything. The fourth portion is, and it shall come to pass, if indeed you listen, the wholeness of the two sides, Chesed and Gvura, in which the assembly of Israel, the Gvura below, Malchut, unites. This is the bottom hay of Havaya, which takes them and is incorporated with them. The third portion in the Tefillin, Hear, O Israel, Zeranpin, Vav of Havaya, includes all four portions in the Tefillin. This is so because even though the first two portions sanctify, and it shall be when the Lord brings you are Abba ve'ima and Yeshsut, Chochma and Binah, they do not have Abba ve'ima and Yeshsut in themselves. Rather, they are Abba ve'ima and Yeshsut that clothe in the Rosh of Zon. Chochma and Binah in the Mochin of Zeranpin, which are called Mem Lamed of Tselem of Zeranpin. Also the fourth portion, and it shall come to pass, if indeed you listen, Nukva of Zeranpin does not mean Nukva herself, but only the Nukva included in Zeranpin, who is called in him by the name Moach of Gvura of Zeranpin. There are three Mochin in Zeranpin, which are Chabad, Mem Lamed Tzadi of Tselem of Zeranpin. Also, they are Chubtum in the Mochin of Zeranpin, since in Da'at, Tzadi, there are Chesed and Gvura. The Chesed in Da'at is regarded as Zeranpin himself, and the Gvura in Da'at is regarded as the incorporation of Nukva. These are the four portions in the Tefillin. Thus, Zeranpin, Vav of Havaya, includes all four portions, and there is unification of everything in it. For all the unifications applied to Abba ve'ima and Yeshsut are only in Zeranpin, only for the purpose of Zeranpin, since the Parzufim that precede Zeranpin are always in unification and do not need man from the lower ones in order to unite them. All the unifications that we make in the upper Parzufim through man are not at all for themselves, but only for Zeranpin, in whom they unite. There is no unification for Chub, for Binah to return to being Chochma for the lower ones, except through the ascent of Zeranpin to them for Man. When Zeranpin rises to Binah for Man, Binah rises to the Rosh of Arichanpin and receives Chochma to give to Zeranpin, but not for herself, since in her nature, in the 10 Sfirot of direct light, Binah is only light of Chasadim, as it is written, for he desires mercy. She has no interest in rising to the Rosh of Arichanpin to make a coupling there with Chochma. But Zeranpin that rises to Binah evoke her to give Chochma to him. Thus, Binah unites with Chochma only by Zeranpin and for Zeranpin. They unite in Zeranpin, and he takes everything, since even the light of Chochma that Binah takes for Zeranpin does not appear in Binah's place at all, but only in the place of Zeranpin, from the Chazeh down. Thus, Zeranpin takes all those Mochin, and not all his superiors. And it shall come to pass, if indeed you listen, contains both sides, Chochma and Gvura, in which the assembly of Israel is united, the Gvura below. The portion Shema here is Zeranpin, Vav of Havaya, the upper unification, in which the love appears only on the side of Chesed. The portion, and you shall love the Lord your God, which is all love, without any judgment in this portion. But in the fourth portion, and it shall come to pass, if indeed you listen, the bottom hay of Havaya, Nukva of Zeranpin that is included in it, Gvura in that of Zeranpin, love appears in it on both sides, on the side of Chesed and on the side of harsh judgment. This is the bottom unification of blessed be the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever, where Nukva of Zeranpin, called the assembly of Israel, the Gvura below, unites in them. Yet, this is not the Nukva herself, but the Gvura below, in the Moach of that. This is the bottom hay of Havaya, which takes them and is included in them. Since the Gvura in that, the bottom hay of Havaya, takes all the Mochin in the upper unification of Hear, O Israel, and is included in them. For only in Hair are the Mochin completed. This is so because there is room in her to disclose love on both sides, since the harsh judgment that completes the love is not above her. It is written, your head upon you is like the Carmel, implying to the head tefillin. After Zeranpin dresses in all four mochin implied in the four portions, which are the three letters Tzadi, Lamed, Mem, it is considered that his head is like the Carmel, with the letters of Kar Maleh, a pasture field with abundance.
242. The tefillin are the letters of the holy name. This is why it is written, your head upon you is like the Carmel. These are the head tefillin, and the dalit of your head is the hand tefillin, Malchut, who is poor facing upward, Zeranpin. She too has completeness, such as above. Malchut is the hand tefillin, a poor facing upward, poor toward the upper world. This means that the upper world, Bina, participates in her to complete her. Also, she has completeness such as above. Since now, she receives the entire wholeness of the upper world, Bina, through the unification of blessed be the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever, in the fourth portion of Zeranpin. And since she is not the Nukva in the Guf of Zeranpin, but a separated Nukva of Zeranpin, she takes all four portions from him, which are Chug, Chesed Bina, Chesed Gvura of Zeranpin, as she is a separate and complete Partzuf. However, they are in one box and not in four separate boxes like the tefillin of Zeranpin. The reason is that a portion is the light and the box is the vessel. It is known that light and vessel extend from each coupling. Hence, the Zeranpin, whose four portions, which are his four mochin, chug, extend to him in four couplings, and he has four boxes too, a specific box for each portion. But the Nukva, in whom there is no coupling, but she rather receives all the four mochin, which are the four portions, in a single coupling from Zeranpin. Hence, she has only one box for all four portions. 243. The king is captivated by tresses, tied and held in those boxes of the tefillin to properly unify in that holy name. Hence, one who is corrected in them is in the image of God, as the holy name is unified in God. Here, too, the holy name is properly unified. He created them male and female, meaning a head tefillin and a hand tefillin, and it is all one. The king is captivated by tresses. Zeranpin is tied and unified in these boxes because the boxes in which the portions are placed are called tresses. Tresses are troughs of water from which livestock drink. Similarly, the mochin, being the waters of Chokhmah and the waters of Chasadim, are tied and covered in their vessels, which are the boxes. This is why the boxes are called tresses. He is tied and connected to those boxes to properly unite with the holy name. The boxes, Tanhi of Tvuna, are called the big dalet in the word Echad, one. It was said about it, and let the dry land appear. Through the appearance of this dry land in Zeranpin, he can then give the mochin to the nukva. And what was dry becomes a land for bearing fruits and offspring, and for planting trees. Thus, were it not for his boxes, which are the dry land, Zeranpin would have been unable to give the mochin to his nukva. Zeranpin is tied and connected to the boxes of the portions which come from the dry land, to properly unite in that holy name, so he can unite and give to the holy name, nukva, as it should be, in disclosure, so that what was dry land becomes a land for bearing fruits and offspring and for planting trees. This is, the king is captivated by tresses. Hence, one who was established with these four portions has the image of God. The lower man who puts tefillin extends the mochin, chub, called tselem, from zon. Since chub are called mem lamed, chug, chokhmah, gvura are called tzadi. And this is the image of God, as the holy name, nukva, is unified in bina, Elokim, God. The holy name is unified in man. He created them male and female, head tefillin and hand tefillin, and it is all one. And God created man in his own image. The mochin, chub, are called tselem, and there are male and female in them, tselem of Zeranpin and tselem of nukva, head tefillin and hand tefillin.
244.
The 11th Commandment, item 244. The 11th Commandment is to give tithing, maser, from the land. There are two commandments here, to give tithing from the land and to bring the first fruits of the tree. It is written about the tithing from the land that was permitted to Adam HaRishon, every plant yielding seed, and about the first fruit of the tree that was permitted to Adam HaRishon, it is written, and every tree which has fruit yielding seed. Why do these verses obligate us to give tithing and the first fruit, to give to the Creator and not to eat them, which is the opposite of the meaning? Eating is sorting of the holy sparks out of the shells. Through eating, the holy sparks in the food connect to man's soul into a flesh of his flesh, and waste in the food comes out of his body. Finally, during one's life, he collects all the holy sparks related to the completion of man's soul, without which his completeness would be deficient. It is written in the Zohar that Adam HaRishon was not permitted to eat meat. As it is written, behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed that is on the surface of all the earth. It shall be food for you, and nothing more than that, no meat. However, when he sinned, and the evil inclination was absorbed in his body, Noah was told, as the green plant, I have given you all, even meat, because Adam HaRishon was born complete. All the needed wholeness was already created in him with respect to animals. As it is written, out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every bird of the sky, and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called a living creature, that was its name. In other words, that he fully attained each of the animals' names because they were sorted out for him in full. Hence, he was not given animals for sorting through eating, as they were already sorted for him by the Emanator. Only the still and the vegetative were lacking scrutiny. Hence, he was given only the yield of the land to eat and to sort, to collect the holy sparks out of them, which were needed to complete him. But after the sin of the tree of knowledge, all the scrutinies were corrupted once more. And as the organs of his soul fell into the shells, all the animals were corrupted along with him and had to be sorted out once more.
So slow.
Thus, this is why Noah was also given animals to eat and to sort out, as well as the generations following him. Adam HaRishon was created in the image of God, which are the mochin in the 4 portions of the tefillin, and they are his soul. However, after he was born in this holy neshama, through good deeds, he was rewarded with scrutinizing and raising man, obtaining chaya. and afterwards on the Sabbath day, with Yehuda as well, since the upper Zohar brightness was lost only after the Sabbath, Shabbat. Thus he was permitted the tithing and the first fruit. Moreover, through eating the tithing and the first fruit, he was rewarded with scrutiny and raising man, until he was rewarded with Chaya and Yehuda. However, after the sin of the tree of knowledge, when all the scrutinies were corrupted once again, and the evil inclination was absorbed in the guf, in the body, the tithing and the first fruit were forbidden for us, due to the evil inclination within us, for fear that we would blemish the upper holiness in them. Instead, we must give them to the priests and the Levites. When we keep these commandments of tithing and the first fruit, as we are commanded, we will have the strength to raise man and to extend mochin of chaya on the Sabbath day, as Adam HaRishon extended through his eating of the tithing and the first fruit by himself. This is the 11th Commandment, to tithe the tithing of the land. Since once we have drawn the light of neshama by wearing tefillin, we must raise man through the two commandments of tithing and through the two commandments of tithing and first fruit to draw mochin of chaya. It follows that Adam HaRishon extended mochin of chaya by eating the tithing and the first fruit by himself. But we were not permitted to eat them due to the evil inclination in our guf. We're given the commandment of giving them to the priests and the Levites instead. By that, we too were given the strength to draw those mochin. The text brings evidence that the writing speaks specifically of tithing and first fruit, because it is written, I have given you every plant yielding seed that is on the surface of all the earth. It is also written to the sons of Levi, behold, I have given all the tithe in Israel. And as there it concerns the tithing, so in Adam HaRishon it concerns the tithing, the Maser. We also learn it from the verse, thus all the tithe of the land, of the seed of the land, or of the fruit of the tree, is the Lord's.
The 12th Commandment, 245. The 12th Commandment is to bring the first fruit of the tree, as it is written, and every tree which has fruit yielded seed. Everything that befits me is forbidden for you to eat. He permitted to them and gave them all his tithing and the first fruit of the tree. As it is written, I have given unto you and not to the generations following you. This relates to the verse in which he ends the 11th Commandment, where it is written, all the tithe of the land, of the seed of the land, or of the fruit of the tree, is the Lord's. He says, that here it is written, and every tree which has fruit yielding seed. As it is, the first fruit there, it is the first fruit here. And he says, everything that befits me is forbidden for you to eat. Meaning not specifically the tithing, but the first fruit as well. From the verse of the fruit of the tree is the Lord's. The Lord's means everything that befits me, including the first fruit of the tree. Thus, this verse, and every tree which has fruit yielding seed, engages in the first fruit too. This is why it was said that he permitted to them and gave them all of his tithing and the first fruit of the trees, since the writings relate only to the tithing and the first fruit. Do not be surprised by the words of the fruit of the tree is the Lord's being said about the 11th Commandment and not this commandment. Indeed, the Zohar mixes them right at the beginning of the 11th Commandment. For it says, there are two commandments here. The printer, however, divided them into two. It follows that he cut them in the middle and left the verse about the first fruit in the 11th Commandment. And another precision. The text concerns the tithing and the first fruit, because of the words, I have given you, meaning not to the generations following you. That is, only you have I given to eat, and not to the generations after you. Hence, it cannot be said that the writing speaks merely of the yield of the land, which we too are permitted to eat. Rather, it speaks only of the yield of the land that we are forbidden to eat, which is necessarily the tithing and the first fruit.
The 13th Commandment from the Zohar. 246. The 13th Commandment is to do redemption for his son, to tie him to life. There are two appointees, one over life and the other over death, standing over a person. When he redeems his son, he redeems him from the hand of the one appointed over death. He cannot govern him, as it is written, and God saw that all he has done, in general, the good is the angel of life, very is the angel of death. Hence, in that redemption, the angel of life exists, and the angel of death weakens. With this redemption, he acquires life for him, and that evil side leaves him and does not grip him.
Learn from the words, and God saw all that he has done, and behold, it was very good. That it was good is the angel of life, and very is the angel of death. This is so because then, on the sixth day of the deed of creation, in the letter He in the word Hashishi, the worlds rose exceedingly. Zranpin rose to the place of Arichanpin, Nukva to the place of Abba Ve'ima. And Adam Arishon then obtained the complete Mochin of Chaya, by which the power of the angel of death was revoked. Moreover, it was mitigated in the very, as it would be at the end of correction. when death is swallowed up forever. This is the meaning of the intimation, behold, it was good is the angel of life, and very is the angel of death. Indeed, now after the sin of the tree of knowledge, the worlds do not
ועל כן, אנו צריכים למצווה מיוחדת, להמשיך לנו הכנה וכוח לקבל אור החיה על כל פנים ביום שבת. והיא המצווה של פדיון בכור אדם. משום שבפדיון זה מתקיים מלאך החיים ונחלש מלאך המוות. בדומה שנעשה אז לאדם הראשון על ידי המאציל עצמו בה' שבמילה השישי, שנעשה מלאך המוות טוב מאוד. כן, סגולת מצווה זו של פדיון בכור. אלא לא לגמרי כמו אז, שלא היה למלאך המוות שום כוח. כי עתה אפשר, על ידי מצוות פדיון בכור,
Sorry friends, we have a problem with the English translation.
ולא להעבירו לגמרי.
Only to weaken it and not to revoke it altogether. Because by this redemption, he acquires life for him, and that evil side leaves him and no longer clings to him. That is, once he is completely purified through this commandment, and there is no gripping of the evil forces in him whatsoever, as they have been swallowed in the body due to the sin of the tree of knowledge, then he can acquire life for him, meaning mochin of chaya, of the Sabbath day, because he is completely purified from the evil side, which was swallowed in the body due to the sin of the tree of knowledge. Hence, he has the preparation to receive the mochin of the Sabbath day, the 14th Commandment. Reading item 247. The 14th Commandment is to keep the Sabbath day, which is the day of rest from the entire deed of creation. Two commandments are included here: to keep the Sabbath day and to tie this day to its holiness, meaning to draw the mochin of Chokhmah, called holiness, to keep the Sabbath day. And it is mentioned that it is the resting day for the worlds, and all the deeds are perfected in it and done before the day begins, or sanctified. On the Sabbath day, Zeranpin rises to Arichanpin, Nukva to Abba ve'Ima, Bia rise to Yersut, to Zon of Atzilut. Men's Naran rise with them to Atzilut, where they receive light of Chaya. Thus, there are two commandments. 1. Keeping the Sabbath day, so that one does not fail in performing work and carrying from domain to domain. Once the worlds have been completely separated from the shells, we must be careful not to make the shells strong enough to return and mix with that day. One who does such work causes the mixing of the shells in Kedusha.
2.
tying the day to its holiness, as it should be. Through the delight of the Sabbath, we draw the light of Atzilut to our Naran. The light of Atzilut is light of Chokhmah, called holiness, and we are sanctified by it. Keeping the Sabbath day refers to all the toils and works implied in the works and wars with the Sitra Achra, the other side, which separate us from adhering to the Creator. The rule is that where there is toil, there is Sitra Achra. Since through the wars and toils, we sort the holy sparks absorbed within the Sitra Achra, and each sorting is considered a separate work. First, all those sorts were done by the Emanator himself, which are all the works of the Creator presented in the 6 days of creation. When all the sorts were done, it is considered that they were perfected and reached their end. At that time, the Sabbath was sanctified, which is the day of rest, since the work has been completed and there was nothing more to correct.
This is why
the Sabbath
day is the day of rest for all the worlds. Since each Sabbath, that wholeness that prevailed in the first Sabbath, the day of rest when all the shells were separated and stuck in the great deep, returns and comes, and the worlds rise to Atzilut, and the complete unification. We must extend that Kedusha, and it is extended to us through the 2 commandments of remembering and keeping.
248. When the day began, what remained was the creation of spirits for whom nobody was created. Did the Creator not know how to delay the start of the day until bodies were created for those spirits? Indeed, the tree of knowledge of good and evil was evoking the evil side and sought to strengthen in the world. Thus many spirits parted and came out in many arms to strengthen and clothe in the bodies in the world. When the day began, there remained the creation of the spirits for whom no bodies were created. In other words, the day began before the Creator managed to create bodies for those spirits. As it is written, because in it he rested from all his work which God had created and made.
אשר ברא אלוקים לעשות. האם באמת גמר כל מלאכתו?
Did he really complete his work with a desire, with the desired aim, and create nothing for us to do, because he had done and completed everything by himself? Rather, the Creator made all the scrutinies and completed all the works so that he would have an opportunity to do, meaning that we could do them and complete them through our work in Torah and commandments. Meaning the resting was said only in relation to that which belongs to the Emanator's work, since the Creator had already rested from all his work, because nothing was missing on his part.
שהשם כבר שבת מכל מלאכתו, עד כי לא חסר משהו.
All that the Creator has created and completed allows us to do and complete them on our part as well.
Hence, they remained spirits that the Creator did not manage to make bodies for them before He sanctified the Sabbath. Bare spirits remained bodiless. These bodiless spirits are the shells and harm doers that bring man to sin. He left them deliberately, for by that we were given the power of choice and a place of work in Torah and Commandments. Did the Creator not know how to detain Himself from beginning the day until bodies were created for those spirits? Rather, the tree of knowledge of good and evil was evoking that evil side and sought to increase in the world. Because Malchut is called the tree of knowledge of good and evil. If he is rewarded, it is good. If he is not rewarded, it is bad. When Adam HaRishon sinned with the tree of knowledge, he became not rewarded. Hence, the evil in the tree of knowledge of good and evil awakened, and the evil wished to intensify in the world. To overcome the good and to cling to the world, so that the good would never be able to defeat it. Then several spirits came out with all kinds of arms to strengthen in the world and to clothe in bodies. 2 points conjoined in Malchut. 1, the mitigation in Bina, the quality of mercy. 2, the quality of judgment in Malchut herself. When Malchut is properly corrected in Kedusha, the point of the quality of judgment is hidden and concealed, and the point of the quality of mercy is revealed. Then one is rewarded, and it is good. If one sins and blemishes it, the quality of judgment in Malchut appears, and power is given to doers of harm and ruin to govern him, and it is bad. If he is rewarded and the point of mercy dominates in disclosure, he is rewarded with raising Malchut to the upper Binah through his actions. And the upper mercy and Mochin appear over him. If he is not rewarded and discloses the quality of judgment in her, not only does he blemish Malchut, he also blemishes the point of Binah that joined with the Malchut. As she has been turned from mercy to judgment due to the appearance of judgment in Malchut, for the whole of the disclosed quality governs. Thus, after the sin of the tree of knowledge, the power of judgment in Malchut appeared, blemishing the point of Binah in her, which turned into the quality of judgment. And this point of Binah is the whole of the possibility for correction in Malchut, who is on her part called good. And now, when the point of Binah is disclosed and became judgment, the Sitra Achra thought that was his time to increase in the world and clothe in people's bodies, those of Adam Arishon and his sons. The body of the Sitra Achra inherited the body of Adam Arishon, and no correction of Malchut is perceivable there from the side of good. Since he saw that the point of Binah in Malchut has also been inverted into the quality of judgment, and no correction was perceivable there any longer. Therefore, many spirits went out to strengthen in the world with several types of arms, meaning the powers of ruin, to clothe in bodies of people in this world and to permanently rule there. They thought that there would be no deliverer from them due to the flaw that Adam caused in the point of mercy in Malchut with his sin. 249. When the Creator saw it, he evoked the blowing of wind from the tree of life, Zeranpin, and knocked on another tree, the Malchut. Then the other good side awakened, and the day began. It is so because the creation of the bodies and the awakening of spirits on the night of the Sabbath are on the good side and not on the other side. When the Creator saw that the sentence was with the Sitra Achra, and they had the power to clothe in bodies in the world, which would completely prevent further correction, he evoked blowing of spirit of life from the tree of life and mated with the other tree, with Malchut, giving her the breath of the spirit of life. And once again, the other side, the good, awakened in Malchut, as it was prior to the sin of Adam Arishon. For if he was rewarded, it was good. Then the day began, and the sanctity of the Sabbath was extended to the world. In other words, although the ruling was that the Sitra Achra would have the power to clothe in bodies, the Creator acted in contrast to the ruling and did not take the flaw that Adam Arishon caused into consideration whatsoever. And Zon, which are the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good, mated as before the sin and extended the sanctity of the Mochin of the Sabbath day in the world. It was said in the Zohar that the light that operated in the 6 days of creation was concealed only after the Sabbath. And through this act, when the Sabbath day was extended to the world, the plot of the Sitra Achra to clothe in bodies of people in this world was thwarted, and they remained bodiless spirits. Thus, a person could repent. The creation of the bodies and the awakening of the spirits on this night of the Sabbath are from the good side and not from the Sitra Achra. Because the Creator's work exists forever. As on the first Sabbath, he did not take into any consideration the fact that Adam has already been blemished by the sin of the tree of knowledge. Zon made it, and he sorry, as before, and as on the first, I'm sorry, even though they had the force to control in all the Sabbaths of 6,000 years, even though man was still filled with filth because he still did not correct the sin of the tree of knowledge. When he made it on the Sabbath eve, the evil forces have no control over him whatsoever. In his coupling, he extends the body and spirit of the newborn as though there was no flaw in him from the tree of knowledge, as though he had already corrected the sin of the tree of knowledge by himself. The creation of the bodies and the awakening of spirits on this night of the Sabbath are on the good side, even though the person has not been rewarded. On this night, the Sitra Achra has no governance over him at all, and he can extend bodies and spirits through his coupling from the side of the tree of knowledge of good and not from the Sitra Achra. This is the force of correction that prevailed on the first Sabbath, when the Creator did not mind the evil that Adam HaRishon had to extend over himself at all. Item 250. If he had given precedence to the other side on that night, before he gave precedence to the good side, the world would not be able to exist before them for even a moment. But the Creator prevented that by skipping the sanctification of the day before him, and was early to come before the other side, and the world existed. And instead of the other side's thought of being established and strengthened in the world, the good side was established and strengthened on that night, building holy bodies and spirits on that night from the good side. For this reason, the time of wise people who know it is from Sabbath to Sabbath. Should I continue or read again? 251. Then when the other side saw it, that the side of Kedusha did what he wished to do, he went and roamed through several of his armies and sides, and saw all of them naked, performing intercourse in their beds by candlelight. Hence, all the children born from there suffer from epilepsy, because the spirits from that other side are on them. These are the naked spirits of the wicked, who are called harm doers, and Lilith is over them and kills them. 252. When the day begins and the Kedusha governs the world, That other side diminishes itself and hides through the Sabbath night and throughout the Sabbath day, except for Asimon and his entire sect who walk on the candles in secret to see the revealing of the intercourse. Afterwards, they hide in the hole of the great deep. When the Sabbath was over, several armies and camps fly and roam the world. This is why the Psalm of evildoers, he who dwells in the shelter of the Most High, was written so that they would not govern the holy nation. The sentence was for the Sitra Achra to be able to clothe in bodies. Had they managed to clothe in bodies, the land would have been given to the hands of wickedness. Then the bodies and offspring come to the world would all be from the evil of the Sitra Achra. They would not have the strength to be corrected in the good side forever. Therefore, had the other side come first on that night, before the good side came, the world would have been unable to resist them for even a moment, because their filth would govern all the offspring in the world, and it would be impossible to cling to the good side even for a moment. But the Creator prevented it and skipped to start the day ahead of him, arriving before the other side. Since the Kedusha of the Sabbath preceded the Sitra Achra, and the light of rest and arrest appeared in the worlds, yielding and dropping the Sitra Achra and all of the shells to the hole of the great deep. Hence, the world existed because through it an opportunity came to beget bodies and spirits from the good side in a coupling on the Sabbath night. And the world exists in the desirable manner. It was said that he skips to the start the day ahead of him, since anything that does not follow the order of the system of the worlds is called skipping. And since the Kedusha of the Sabbath comes only by awakening from above, since man has not made any repentance and correction to be worthy of it, but the Emanator himself brought the remedy of the world's correction first. Hence it is called skipping. And instead of the plan of the Sitra Achra to be established in the world and strengthened, the good side was established and strengthened on that night. Since that night, after the flaw of the tree of knowledge, was to rightly belong solely to the construction of the Sitra Achra in all his night. And this is what the Sitra Achra thought. But the opposite took place. Kedusha took his place, and holy bodies and spirits from the good side were built on that night, since preparation was made that anyone who mates on that night extends bodies and spirits from the good side, where there is no grip to the Sitra Achra whatsoever, meaning the complete opposite of the plan of the Sitra Achra. For this reason, the time of sages who know it is from Sabbath to Sabbath. Since then the bodies and the spirits are built from the good side, because then the Sitra Achra sees that what he had planned to do the good side, did first. He contemplated being built and strengthened on that night of the Sabbath. But in the end, the side of Kedusha was built. At that time, the Sitra Achra walks and roams through several of her evil camps and sides, and sees them all naked, performing intercourse on their beds by the candlelight. And all the children that are born from them suffer from epilepsy, and the Sitra Achra places evil spirits over those children, wicked spirits that are called harm doers. Because of them, Lilith is over them and kills them. But when the day begins, the sanctity of the day governs the world, and the Sitra Achra diminishes herself and hides throughout the night of the Sabbath and the day of the Sabbath. Hence, then is the time of the wise. The exception is the harm doers called Asimon and his entire camp, who walk in secret with candles to see the revealing of the intercourse, and then hide in the hole of the great deep. Although that Asimon has the power to see the intercourse by candlelight on the Sabbath too, he does not have the power to harm on Sabbath, but must promptly return to the hole of the great deep. Only after the Sabbath can he harm. Explanation. Rabbi Shimon sensed a question here about the words, the time of sages is from Sabbath to Sabbath. Each day, at midnight, the Creator walks with the righteous in the Garden of Eden, and there is coupling for the sages, and not necessarily on Sabbath nights. To explain that, he elaborated on the difference between a coupling on Sabbath and a coupling on a weekday in performing intercourse by candlelight. According to the literal meaning of the words, the difference is that on nights of weekdays, the Sitra Achra has the power to strike the newborn children with epilepsy, and Lilith has the power to kill them. But on Sabbath nights, although there is the harm doer, Asimon and his sect, who have the power to see them on Sabbath too, at that time he does not have the power to harm them, but only after the Sabbath. And there's a correction for that as well in the separation. In prayer and in separating over the cup, the power of this harm doer is completely annulled. Thus, there is a big difference between a coupling on the Sabbath night and a coupling of nights of a night of a weekday at midnight. There are lights of light, Zeranpin, the upper unification, and there are lights of fire, Nukvav Zeranpin, the lower unification. Also, there are three discernments in her flame. One, the white light. Two, azure light under the white light. Three, a crude thing such as fat or oil or wick to which the azure clings. The azure light is the judgment in the flame. Hence, it is a consuming fire that eats and consumes everything that is below it. It eats the fat and the wick to which it clings. Also, white light is the mercy in her, because white means mercy. For this reason, the children of one who performs intercourse by candlelight suffer from epilepsy, and Lilith can kill them, because the azure light of the candle, the quality of judgment, is there. And the Sitra Achra has the power to cling on to the coupling. This is so because their bodies, the filth of the serpent that exists in the bodies of the performers, appears through the quality of judgment, and each finds its own kind and awakens. Thus, the coupling was permitted at midnight, specifically in the dark, when there is no light, because then it was said of Malchut, she rises while it is still night, and the mercy appear. However, if there is candlelight there, it causes the filth to appear in bodies, and the Sitra Achra clings to the coupling and sees all those who are performing intercourse naked by the candlelight. Through the light of the candle, the Sitra Achra sees the disclosed filth in their bodies and slanders them, clings to their coupling, and clings to their coupling. However, on the Sabbath night, the judgment comes out of her, and the azure light turns to white light too. But by which too it was permitted to perform intercourse even by the light of the candle. Moreover, even the filth in man's body completely disappears by the power of the sanctity of the Sabbath. And there is no longer fear of exposing the body by the candlelight. It was said about that, except for Shimon and his entire sect, who walk by candling in hiding to see the revealing of the intercourse. Even on Sabbath, when the azure light becomes white and there is no judgment there at all, it is still necessary for the candlelight to cling to something crude. This is because this is necessarily considered judgment, because a crude thing is turbid and implies judgments. But on Sabbath, the judgment form is not apparent in it and is regarded as an unstamped coin. It is unknown what it is. Hence, this harm doer, implied in the crude thing to which the candle clings, is called a simon, which is an unstamped coin. This is why it was said that they walk by the candles in hiding, for it is the crude thing that extends in hiding with the candle. For the candle would not burn without it. Hence, he sees the revealing of the coupling and can thus harm him after the end of the Sabbath. Indeed, because of the revealing of their bodies, there is no fear on the eve of the Sabbath, because the filth of the body is not apparent on Sabbath. But after the Sabbath, he has this power to reveal the form of evil in him and harm him. And although on Sabbath, Shimon and his sect cannot harm, because there is still no form of evil in him, after the Sabbath, he and his sect reacquire their form and fly out of the great deep into the settled place and roam the world and may harm. This is why the Psalm of Damagers was set up. He who dwells in this shelter of the Most High, for by this repentance and prayer, the one who dwells in the shelter is saved from them.
Item 253. To which place do they roam on that night after the Sabbath? When they come out in a hurry and contemplate ruling the world over the holy nation, they see them standing in prayer and saying the psalm, He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High, first separating within the prayer and then separating over the cup. They fly away from there. They walk and roam and arrive in the desert. May the merciful one save us from them and from the evil side. This relates only to the end of the Sabbath and not to all the nights of the week. Since at the end of the Sabbath there is still a record from the Kedusha, the sanctity of the Sabbath. Why do they fly out and rise from the great deep when the Sabbath ends? When they come out in a hurry and contemplate ruling the world over the holy nation, Israel, and see them standing in prayer, saying, He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High, first saying the separation in prayer, and then separation on the wine. They leave and fly out of them. They walk and wander and arrive in the desert, a place where people do not dwell. Thus people are saved from them. The Sitra Achra has 3 places. 1, on the Sabbath, they are in the hole of the great deep and are powerless to harm. 2, at the end of the Sabbath, through prayer and separation, they are in the desert, a place where there are no people. They have the power to harm, but they are repelled from the settled place. 3, on the rest of the nights, they are present in settled places too.
Let's
continue.
254. 3 are the ones who inflict harm upon themselves. 1, one who curses himself. 2, one who throws bread or crumbs more than the size of an olive. 3, one who lights the candle at the end of the Sabbath before Israel reach the service. Kedusha, and you are holy. Without fire, he causes the lighting of the fire of hell until their time comes. 255. There is a place in hell for those who desecrate the Sabbath. Those who are punished in hell curse those who light the candles before it is time, telling him, Behold, the Lord will hurl you up and down with a man's throw. He will violently roll and toss you like a ball into an expansive country. Commentary. There is a harm doer called evil-eyed, who loves a curse. As it is written, and he loved cursing, and it came to him, and he does not desire blessing. And when a person curses himself, he thus gives strength to that evil-eyed who loves curses to govern him, thus inflicting harm on himself. And one who throws bread or crumbs more than the size of an olive, there is nothing in this world without an important root above. It is all the more so with bread, upon which man's life depends. Thus, it has a very important root above. Therefore, one who slights one's bread flaws the root of his life above. And this is clear to any person only in a satiating meal, which gives him life. However, with bread and crumbs that are only the size of an olive, some people slight them and throw them because they are not satiating. But since one must bless the blessing for the food even on as much as an olive, they must be regarded as a satiating meal and must not be slighted. One who slights them inflicts harm upon himself. The ministering angels said to the Creator, "It is written in your law, who does not show partially nor take a bribe. Yet you are partial toward Israel. As it is written, the Lord will lift up his countenance to you." He replied to them, "How would I not lift up my face to Israel, for whom I wrote the Torah? I wrote in the Torah, when you have eaten and are satisfied, you shall bless the Lord your God. And they are meticulous about themselves to the size of an olive and the size of an egg. Thus, because of the meticulousness of the size of an olive, considering it a satisfying meal, although it is not, we are rewarded with the Creator lifting up his face to us, even though we are not worthy of it. It follows that those who slight crumbs the size of an olive do not consider them a satisfying meal, are not rewarded with the Creator's favor, and cause themselves harm. Also, one who lights a candle at the end of the Sabbath before Israel reached the service, Kedusha, causes lighting of the fire of hell without fire. This is because until that time it is Sabbath, and the sanctity of the Sabbath governs him, and the fire of hell does not govern him. He who lights the candle prior to the service, Kedusha, is regarded as desecrating the Sabbath, for he lights the fire of hell before its time, thus harming himself. Since there is a special place in hell to punish those who desecrate the Sabbath, as desecration of the Sabbath is the worst. And those who are sentenced in hell curse him for what he has caused by his actions, lighting the fire of hell before its time.
256.
Please.
He is unfit for lighting the candle when the Sabbath ends, before Israel separate by prayer and separate over the cup. For until that time, it is Sabbath, and the sanctity of the Sabbath governs us. After the separation over the cup, all those hosts and all those camps appointed over the weekdays return, each to his place and to the work on which he is appointed, since the prohibition is primarily only until the service of Kedusha. However, one should be careful not to light a candle until after the separation, because until that time it is still considered Sabbath. However, it is certainly permitted to light a candle for the separation and the creator of lights of fire. 257. When the Sabbath enters and the day begins, holiness awakens and governs the world, and the secular, opposite of holy in Hebrew, is revoked from its governance. Until the time when the Sabbath ends, they do not return to their places. Even when the Sabbath ends, they do not return to their places until Israel in the land of Israel say, who separates between holy and secular? At that time, the holy departs, and the camps appointed over the weekdays awaken and return to their places, each to his appointed watch.
258. ועם כל זה, אינם שולטים עד שיהיו אורות מאור הנר, שכולם מאורי האש.
And yet they do not govern until there are lights from the candlelight, all of which are called the lights of fire, since they all come from the pillar of fire and from the foundation of fire, and govern the lower world. This is all when a person lights the candle before Israel complete the service of Kedusha. Malchut is called pillar of light, and the powers in the candlelight are judgments. Hence, they do not have the power to activate the judgments before the candle is lit.
259. אבל אם הוא מחכה עד
259. However, if he waits until the service of Kedusha is completed, those wicked ones in hell justify the Creator's judgment of them and keep on that person all the blessings that the public says. And may God give you of the dew of heaven. Blessed are you in the city, and blessed are you in the country. By saying the service of the Kedusha, they extend a great illumination by which they are saved from the judgment of hell. And when the wicked in hell see it, they regret their bad deeds and justify the Creator's sentence of them, meaning that they are worthy of their punishments. And since that man caused them to justify their judgment and to sanctify the name of the Creator, all those blessings that are said by the public at the end of the Sabbath are kept in regard to that person. 260. Happy is he who wises the poor. The Lord will deliver him in a day of evil. It should have said, in a bad day. What is in a day of evil? It is on a day when that evil governs to take his soul. Happy is he who wises the poor. The poor is one who is dangerously ill. He wisely heals him from his sins before the Creator. A day is one in which the judgment is on the world, and he is wisely delivered from it, as it is written, the Lord will deliver him in a day of evil. meaning on the day when the judgment was given to that evil to rule the world, the Lord will save him. He should have written, the Lord will deliver him on a bad day. Why does he say, on a day of evil, which is the feminine form in Hebrew? The text implies the domination of the shell, who is called evil, who takes man's soul. He who wises the poor is one who speaks to the sick to repent. Thus the Creator delivers him from the domination of the shell, called evil. The Zohar brings it here because it says that they harm themselves. Hence, it offers advice. He should wise the poor, persuade the sick to repent, and the Creator will heal him. In return, the Creator will deliver him in a day of evil, which he caused to his soul. Another interpretation, it is a day when there is judgment on the world. He wisely escapes it, meaning that even if Judgment Day is over the entire world, the Creator will deliver him as a reward for wisely making the sick repent. A day of evil is a day when the judgment has already been given to the appointee who is called evil to govern the world. Yet, one who wises the sick to make him repent, the Creator will deliver him from that evil. The difference between the two interpretations is that the first interpretation relates only to an individual who harmed himself. The second interpretation relates also to the evil to which the entire world was sentenced. Even then, the Creator will deliver him by merit of the commandment.
General explanation for all 14 commandments and how they are divided into the 7 days of creation. Item 1. The 613 commandments in the Torah are called deposits as well as counsels. This is so because in all the things there is the preparation for attainment called back, and the attainment of the matter called face. Similarly, in Torah and commandments, there are we shall do and we shall hear. When keeping Torah and commandments in we shall do, prior to being rewarded with hearing, the commandments are called 613 counsels, preparation, back. When rewarded with hearing, the 613 commandments become deposits. This is so because in each commandment the light of a degree is deposited opposite a unique organ in the 613 organs and tendons of the soul and of the body. It follows that by performing the commandment he extends the light that belongs to that organ and tendon through his soul and body. This is the face of the commandments. Hence, the face of the commandments are called deposits. Rabbi Shimon explains the 14 commandments, which include all 613 commandments, as the 7 days of creation include 7,000 years. This is why he divided them into 7 days of creation and tied each to its ascribed day. And since they include all 613 commandments, it is worthwhile exerting to keep each day. Item 2.
The first commandment is fear, because he is great and rules over everything. This is the whole of the Torah and the commandments, the degree of Abba Ve'ima of Atzilut, Yod of Havaya, pure air of Gar of Bina. Great refers to upper Abba, in whom the Chochma Stima of Arich Anpin, Yod, is hidden. And rules over everything refers to upper Ima, the filling of Vav Dalet of Yod. And since the Chochma Stima of Arich Anpin is hidden in them, meaning that the worlds are unfit to receive her from them prior to the end of correction, they only give out light of Chasadim, called pure air. And for this reason, they do not have a revealed verse in the Torah. As it is written, in the beginning God created, which is an obscure verse, for the speaker is not mentioned. The second verse, and the land was unformed and void, and darkness over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God. This is the punishment for one who does not keep the commandment of fear. And there are 4 deaths. Tohu is strangulation, Bohu is stoning, darkness is burning, and wind is killing. Again, item 2. The first commandment is fear, because he is great and rules over everything. This is the whole of the Torah and the commandments, the degree of Abba Ve'ima of Atzilut, Yod of Havaya, pure air of Gar of Bina.
Gadol, Abba Ila'a.
Great refers to upper Abba, in whom the Chochma Stima of Arich Anpin, Yod, is hidden. And rules over everything refers to upper Ima, the filling of Vav Dalet of Yod. And since the Chochma Stima is hidden, the worlds are unfit to receive her from them prior to the end of correction. They only give out light of Chasadim, called pure air. For this reason, they do not have a revealed verse in the Torah, as it is written, in the beginning God created, which is an obscure verse, for the speaker is not mentioned. Second verse, and the land was unformed and void, and darkness over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God. This is the punishment for one who does not keep the commandment of fear. And there are 4 deaths. Tohu is strangulation, Bohu is stoning, darkness is burning, and wind is killing. Item number 3. The second commandment is love, on 2 sides. The side of chesed, mercy, and the side of harsh judgment. There's also to always include fear in love, to not part one from the other. We must include fear in love from the side of chesed too, and also in love from the side of harsh judgment. And this is the degree of Yeshut of Atzilut, Zat of Bina, are divided also into Gar
Abba V'Imelein, and Zad Yesh Sut. And this is the first verse, let there be light, which is light that was created on the first day of the 6 days of creation, when Adam saw in it from the end of the world to its end. And the Creator saw that the world was unfit for using. So he stood and concealed it for the righteous in the next world. It was said, let there be light for this world. And there was light for the next world. First, Yeshut gave this great light down to this world. Then, to reveal the quality of love on two sides, he stood and concealed it for the next world, for Abba Ve'ima and Yeshut, from their chazeh and above, which are called the next world. This light is no longer shines from chazeh of Yeshut and below, which are called Yeshut of Yeshut, Tanhi in them, which clothe in Zeranpin, as when they clothe in Zeranpin, they are already regarded as this world. Item 4. When the light was concealed for the next world, the harsh judgment came out on the second day of the deed of creation in the verse, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it separate between water and water. In other words, hell was created on the second day, the harsh judgment, enabling and keeping of the commandments of love on both sides. Both on the side of harsh judgment too, even when he takes his soul, as it is written, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. That quality of love that he was awarded from the side of Chesed will not be deficient in any way, even when he takes his soul and might. Indeed, that harsh judgment emerged only below the firmament in the lower water, in Malchut, Nukva of Zeranpin, Rachel, who stands from his chazeh and below. Stands from the chazeh down in each partsuf, indicates below the parsa in him, the firmament that separates between the upper and lower waters in him. Thus, from the chazeh down, in each partsuf is the lower water of that partsuf.
Number 5. The third commandment is to know that there is a great and ruling God in the world, and to properly unify him in upper vak and in lower vak, called upper unification and lower unification. The 6 words in the verse, Hear, O Israel, are the unification of the upper vak, and the 6 words in the verse, blessed be the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever, are the lower unification. It is so because once the quality of fear appeared in the verse, in the beginning God created, and the quality of love on the part of chesed in the verse, let there be light for the next world, with the concealing for the next world on the first day of the deed of creation, and the quality of harsh judgment on the second day in the verse, let there be a firmament. We were given room to unify him in love on both sides. This is all that is needed, for the quality of love is incomplete without it. Thus, we have the strength to make that unification in full. This is the third commandment, the third day of the deed of creation. Through an awakening from below in Torah, prayer and good deeds, called raising man, we raise the discernment of from Chazeh of Zon of Atzilut above to Abba ve'ima of Yeshut. And he receives from them the mochin of let there be light, which is the love from the side of chesed, from chazeh of Yeshut and above. This means this measure of light is called vak of Zer Anpin, and they are the upper vak, upper water from chazeh and above. The next world, where there is light of the first day. It is called vak because it indicates a lack of Chabad, as reception of complete light requires the Partzuf to have all 10 vessels, called Chabad, Chagat, Nehim. We did not raise the entire Partzuf of Zon to Abba ve'ima of Yeshut. Only the part from Chazeh and above it, Chabad, Chagat. For we could not raise from Chazeh of Zon and below because of the harsh judgment there, which is the lower water. Since we raised only 6 vessels from the Chazeh of Zer Anpin and above, we receive only 6 lights. Thus, the 6 lights, Chagat Nehi, clothe in the 6 vessels, Chabad Chagat of Zer Anpin, and there is no room to receive the 3 lights, Chabad, due to the absence of Nehi of the vessels from his Chazen below, which could not rise to Abba ve'ima due to the coarseness and harsh judgment in them. It follows that now we unify only Vak of Zer Anpin, lacking Gar of lights, because of the absence of the bottom 3 vessels, and opposite those 6 lights, Chagat Nehi, there are 6 words in the verse, Hear, O Israel, receiving only in the upper unification from the upper water from the Chazeh and above in mochin of love, only from the side of chesed. Number 6. However, fear should also be included in these mochin of vak, in the concealing of the light, which was done in the place from chazeh of Yishsut and below. It is called dry and desolate because the light remained entirely from chazeh and above, and below the chazeh became dry and devoid of light. This is the big dalet in echad, implying to nehi of tvuna that was dried of this light. This dry land is received in nukva of Zer Anpin from chazeh and above, le'ah, which can rise with him to Abba ve'ima, as she is from his chazeh and above. But now the small nukva, Rachel, cannot rise with Zer Anpin in a higher unification, as she is considered lower water from chazeh and below, which is the place of harsh judgment. This upper unification is, as it is written, let the waters gather onto one place, and let the dry land appear, said in the third day of the deed of creation, when the degrees below the heaven gathered into one place to be wholeness for vak, and let the dry land appear means to also connect the degrees of Zer Anpin to the Daled in Echad, called dry land, who is received by Leah, the great nukva of Zer Anpin, from the chazeh and above. That completes the upper unification, and this is the first. It was good, said in the third day of the deed of creation. Number 7. Once this dry land was tied in the upper unification, Le'ah, nukva of Zer Anpin, it must also be tied below in vak below, which are blessed be the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever. It is so because once the chazeh and above of Zon extended and descended with the mochin of the 6 words of Hero Israel, to her place below she bonded with his nehi below into a single partzuf as before. Nehi cannot receive the mochin of the upper unification, which are the next world and the upper waters, since they are from chazeh and below lower waters. Yet the dry land that was included in these mochin can still come down and be received below chazeh of Zer Anpin, as it essentially comes from the lower water of Yishsut, the place of the light's departure. Hence, we should extend Le'ah, the dry land, to the place of Rachel from chazeh and below. Then, what was dry land becomes a land for bearing fruit and offspring, and for planting trees. In the unification below, blessed be the name of the glory of the kingship forever and ever, when it becomes Eretz, earth, a complete desire. Even though Zer Anpin receives his mochin from Chazeh and above, and descends to his place, he could not give them to his nukva, Leah, for she received the dry land of Tuvuna, which are unfit for reception of any light, because the power of concealment governs them. Hence, at that time, Leah is regarded as a place of desolation, which does not bear fruit. For this reason, there was also no wholeness in Zer Anpin, for the wholeness of the male is bestowed upon the nukva. And since he had no one upon whom to bestow, he was lacking wholeness. The reason for it is that the concealment was only to disclose a complete quality of love on both sides, on the harsh side as well. And since from Chazeh of Zer Anpin and above, it is upper water in which there is no harsh judgment at all, the concealing came up empty-handed on both counts, since the concealing and the dry land were already governing there. Yet it was not sufficiently completed, as she lacked the purpose, the harsh judgment, that gives room for disclosing the complete love on both sides, completing the mochin from all sides, at which time the mochin grow more than when they were only from the side of chesed. But before it is revealed in the mochin of harsh judgment, the land in Leah is empty from here and from there. Hence, by extending the dry land to Chazeh of Zer Anpin and below, to the place of the small nukva, Rachel, where the harsh judgment is revealed. Since it is lower water, we are allowed to disclose a complete quality of love on both sides. With it, those mochin were completed in all the desired completeness, and the mochin grew even more than when they were in only the upper water in the quality of love from only the side of chesed. Hence, her being thus for dry land from Chazeh Zer Anpin and above in the upper unification has now, upon descent from Chazeh and below, become the lower unification in the place of harsh judgment, discerned as earth, a settled place in which to bear fruit of offspring, and to plant trees as it should be. When the love united on both sides, henceforth it was said, let the dry land bring forth grass, since it was made to bear fruits and offspring as it should. This is why it is called lower unification, since the unification is particularly in the lower water. This is the second, it was good, of the third day in the verse, let the land bring forth grass, of the deed of creation. Now the Nukva receives all the mochin of Vak in the upper unification, because they were completed only in the place of the lower Nukva, and the lower one that completes the upper one takes the entire measure that he complemented in him. These Vak are implied in the 6 words, blessed by the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever. Number 8. The fourth commandment is, know that the Lord, He is the God. To include the name Elokim, Nukva of Zer Anpin in the name Havaya Zer Anpin. To know that they are one, and there is no separation in them. This is the verse, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven, said on the 4th day of the deed of creation. This is so because here the Nukva of Zer Anpin was included in Zer Anpin in a single name, lights, indicating that there is no separation between them, for they are of equal level. We have already extended the Vak to Nukva in the lower unification of bless the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever, on the 3rd day of the deed of creation in the verse, let the land bring forth grass. Now we must extend the Gar to it, so we'll be face to face with Zer Anpin on an equal level, without any difference of degree between them, as the name lights indicates, both of them together, that Havaya is Elokim. The unification was explained in the Third Commandment, in which we drew only Vak, because the form from the Chazeh and above of Zer Anpin with Le'ah to Abba Ve'ima, meaning only the 6 vessels Chabad Chagat of Zer Anpin. Because of the harsh judgment from Chazeh of Zer Anpin and below, they could not rise to Abba Ve'ima, which are pure, without any judgment. And since there were only 6 vessels in Zer Anpin, he received only 6 lights, Chagat Nehi, and 3 lights, Chabad, remained outside, because he did not have the vessels to receive them. The mode by which the lights enter is that the lower ones enter first. Hence, the 3 upper ones remained outside. And since Zer Anpin had Vak lacking Gar, the Nukva too did not receive more from him. However, now that the unification in Rachel from Chazeh of Zer Anpin and below, who was dry, was already done, and she became a land that bears fruits and offspring, precisely because of the harsh judgment from Chazeh of Zer Anpin and below, who completed love on both sides. It becomes revealed that this harsh judgment in Rachel is a great merit, more than the great merit from Chazeh Zer Anpin and above. This is so because from Chazeh Zer Anpin and above, the Mochin could not receive in the upper Nukva, because of the dry land. But now, through the harsh judgment, the dry land became a fruit-bearing land. Hence, the harsh judgment was inverted into complete light, but was regarded as black light, a light that exists only by the power of the black, the harsh judgment. It follows that now there is no difference between Chazev Zer Anpin and above, or from the Chazeh and below, since the whole difference was only because of the harsh judgment in Rachel. And now the harsh judgment has been turned into complete light. For this reason, now the entire Partzuf of Zer Anpin and Nukva can rise to Abba Ve'ima. Even the vessels Nehi, from Chazev Zer Anpin and below, regarded as black light. It is so because black light and white light are one, without any difference. Moreover, the black light enhanced the mochin far more than when they were white light of above the chazeh. And since all 10 vessels of Partzuf Zon rose to Abba Ve'ima, he can now receive all 10 sfirot of lights, including the lights of Chabad that he lacked, and which are called light of the face. The Nukva Rachel, who caused all that to Zer Anpin, also takes these mochin of the face from Zer Anpin, and Zer Anpin becomes face to face with Nukva on an equal level, as it is written, "Let there be lights." This explains the order of the unification of Gar of Zon on the fourth day of the deed of creation. We could ask, but on the fourth day was the diminution of the moon. So why is he saying here that it is the unification of Zon face to face? It is so because the emanation of the worlds and the commandments are separate and must not be compared to one another. Number 9. We could ask, why were the mochin of Zon divided into 2 days? The third day, Vak of mochin, and the fourth day, Gar of mochin. Also, why were they not both on the same day? In the beginning, only Chazeh of Zer Anpin and above could rise to Abba Ve'ima. Since from the Chazeh and below there was the harsh judgment. Through the extension of mochin of Vak from Chazeh and above, mochin of Vak were extended from Chazeh and below in the lower unification too. And the harsh judgment became the black light on the third day. Once it was completed, it became possible to raise from the Chazeh and below of Zer Anpin on the fourth day, too, since after the harsh judgment became black light, the vessels from Chazeh and below could rise as well. Since black light and white light are one, without any difference. And since the vessels Nehi from the Chazeh and below rose too, the Gar were extended to them. Thus, it was impossible to extend them at once, because before the harsh judgment became light, it was impossible to raise from the chazeh of Zeranpin and below, along with Rachel, to Abba ve'Ima, but only from chazeh of Zeranpin and above with Leah, who receive only Vak. After the completion of Vak, the second time is required to raise from the chazeh of Zeranpin from below along with Rachel, and then they receive the Gal. There is also a difference between Mochin of Vak and Mochin of Gal regarding the rise of Zon to Abba ve'Ima. Zon cannot rise to Mochin of Vak by themselves. Rather, Yesut raises them to him. But Mochin of Gal, Zon, rise by themselves and do not need Yesut to raise them. Since upper and lower are discerned by the degree. It is so because the lower one is not as pure as the upper one. Hence it is considered lower. Accordingly, it is difficult to understand how the lower one could rise to the upper one. Who removed the difference between them to the point that the lower one would equal the upper one and rise to him? After all, it is necessary that if the lower one rises to the upper one, it is equal to it. The explanation is in the association of the quality of judgment with the quality of mercy. When Malchut rose to the place of Binah, the degrees split into two halves, Galgalta Enaim and Chap, or Mi Ele. This is so because the 10 Sfirot are called Galgalta Enaim, Ozen Chotem Peh, which are Kachab Zon. These are the 5 letters of the name Elokim, and since the Malchut rose to the place of Binah, it follows that the bottom Hey of Havaya was established as a place of coupling in Nikvei Enaim, and the point, the bottom Hey, Malchut rose to being a thought, Binah. It is so because she rose in her place and became the coupling of Rosh in the place of Nikvei Enaim, where the Rosh ends. The 3 Sfirot, Achab, fell from the Rosh to the degree below it. This is considered that they did not remain there in the Rosh, but in 2 vessels, Galgalta Enaim, called Mi, with only lights of Nefesh Ruach, and the 3 vessels, Achab, called Ele, departed and fell to the degree below it. This discernment is apparent primarily in Partzuf Yeshut, in which there are only Vak of lights in Galgalta Enaim of the vessels, of which reason is called Mi. Rachap, which are the 3 letters Ele, fell to the degree below it to Zon. Also, Zon have only Galgalta Enaim in lights of Vak, and their Achab fell to the degree below them, which are 3 worlds Bia. When we wish to extend the Mochin of Gadlut two zon, which are a complete partzuf of 10 sfirot, which are themselves divided into gar and vak of gar, vak of gadlut and gar of gadlut, we need two iburim. For that, two raisings of man. First, man is raised to zon through the top degree, and mochin are drawn out of absag of ak to yirsut. Through these mochin, the point comes out of a thought and arrives at its place, to malchut. The bottom hay descends from nikbe yanaim to peh, and her coupling in the peh is done as prior to the association. Thus, the three vessels, achab, ele, rise to her once more and connect to her degree. And since the 5 letters Elokim, 5 vessels have now been completed for her in the Rosh, she also obtains gar of lights, and Yirsut are completed in 10 sfirot of lights and 10 sfirot of vessels. However, when Yisut raise the 3 letters ele to them for their completion, zon rise along with them, since the upper one that descends to the place of the lower one becomes like it. Hence, since the 3 letters ele previously fell to zon, by that they became as a single degree with the zon. Hence now that Yeshut return and raise the 3 letters ele to them, zon are drawn out with them to Yeshut, for they are already attached to one another at a single degree. And since zon rose with ele to Yirsut, they receive there the mochin of Yirsut. This explains how Yirsut raises zon to mochin avak with their letters ele. Were it not for that, zon would be unable to rise by themselves. For anyone who is lower than his friend is necessarily coarser than him, so how can he rise to him? In this ascent, the unification of the Shema reading was made on the 3rd day of the verse, let the waters be gathered onto one place, as well as the lower unification, blessed be the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever. Through the mochin of Yirsut received, they extended to them the 3 letters of ele, with whom zon rose and received mochin of vak in their inclusion there with Yirsut. Since there were only 6 vessels there, it follows that this whole unification is primarily Yirsut, since they are the ones who receive the mochin, and they are the ones who raise the zon to them. However, only after zon obtained the mochin of vak and came to their place, and through the lower unification, extended the mochin of vak to the nukva, from the chazeh and below, whose harsh judgment became light. The zon can rise for man by themselves to obtain mochin of gal, and do not need Ele of Yeshut to raise them. This is because they equalize with one another, since now the whole difference between Yeshut and Zon has been revoked. The course for Zon are the more the judgment from Yeshut is completely sucked out, so even the harsh judgment becomes light of Zon, which is now regarded as white light of Yeshut.
הנחשב עתה כמו אור לבן דיסות. ועל כן עולים הזון.
Hence Zon rise to Yeshut because they are now one without any difference, receiving their Gar of Mochin of Gadlut. Thus, for the purpose of Gal, Zon can rise by themselves without the assistance of Yeshut. For this reason, the unification of Gal is considered a special day, as it greatly differs from the unification of Vak, both on the part of the vessels of Zon, since Mochin of Vak rise only half a partzuf from Chazan above, and from the perspective of the ascent, since Zon cannot rise by themselves to Mochin of Vak. These two kinds of ascent are called the first Ibul for Vak and the second Ibul for Gal. They apply to all the degrees, for it is possible to extend any degree only in 2 times.
Item 10. Fifth Commandment comprises 3 commandments. 1. To engage in Torah. 2. To engage in procreation. 3. To circumcise after 8 days. This is the verse of the 5th day of the work of creation. Let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures, and let fowl fly above the earth. In the 4 commandments thus far, we have completed the correction of Atzilut through Mochin of Gal, of Zon, face to face. Through the first commandment, the fear of greatness, because he is great and rules over everything, we extended the correction of upper Abba Ve'ima in the first verse in the Torah. In the beginning, God created. The interpretation of the punishment in the second verse, and the land was tohu, formless, and through the second commandment of love, on the side of chesed, we extended the correction of Yeshut of Atzilut, that is in the verse of the first day of the work of creation. Let there be light. This is a light that was created in the 6 days of creation, in which Adam saw from the end of the world to its end. Through a 3rd commandment of the Shema reading, and blessed be the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever, in the upper unification of Shema, we extended Mochin of Vak to Zeranpin and Leah through their ascent to Yeshut. These are the 6 words of Hear, O Israel. We also included the concealing of the light in it, as it was said, and there was light for the next world of Yeshut, and not for this world of Yeshut. This is so because it was hidden from Chazeh of Yeshut and below, and became dry land there. This extension is in the big letter Dalet, in Echad, 1. And Leah receives it because the rule is that any deficiency or screens are not in the male, but in the female of that Partzuf. Through the lower unification, blessed be the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever, we mitigated the harsh judgment from the Chazeh of Zeranpin and below, which extends from the verse of the second day of the work of creation. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, in which hell, the harsh judgment, was created. Its place is from the Chazeh of Zeranpin and below, though it is in the Nukva, Rachel, and not in the male, Zeranpin. The mitigation, or sweetening, is through completion of the commandment of love, so it will be on both sides, even if he takes your soul. For this reason, we must assume the complete devotion in the Dalet, in Echad, prior to the lower unification, to complement the quality of love on both sides in extending of the Mochin in Rachel's place. This is because then the lower vak of the Mochin are drawn to Rachel in the 6 words, blessed be the name of the glory of his kingship forever and ever. And the harsh judgment becomes light, called black light. The upper unification is the verse, let the waters be gathered onto one place, and let the dry land appear. This is the first, it was good, in the 3rd day of the deed of creation. The lower unification is the verse, let the earth put forth grass. This is the second, it was good, in the 3rd day of the deed of creation. The 4th commandment is to know that the Lord, Havaya, he is the God, Elohim, to completely equalize the Nukva, Rachel, to Zeranpin, without any difference, through completion of the love on both sides in such wholeness that the harsh judgment becomes light. Also, there is no separation between black light and white light, because by completing the love on both sides, the black light becomes even more important. Thus, Rachel and Zeranpin, truly united into one, and can both rise to Yeshut by their own strength. Through it, Zon are completely equal to Yeshut, because Zon, being coarser than him, is not a deficiency, but a merit and advantage over them. At that time, Zon receive from Yeshut Mochin of Gar as well, and Zon become of equal level in one unification face to face. This is the verse of the fourth day of the work of creation. Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, where Nukva, Rachel, and Zeranpin are both equally included in the name Echad, one, of lights, which is Havaya. He is the Elokim, God. Thus, through the Four Commandments, we have now completed the entire correction of Atzilut through Zon, face to face, on an equal level. Now we should copulate Zon once more by raising man and good deeds, to draw mochin of the face to us from them. These are the three phases of mochin: Naran of Katnut, Naran of the first Gadlut, and Naran of the second Gadlut. They are drawn to us through the rest of the commandments. Naran of Katnut, the fifth day of the work of creation, are in the verse, "Let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures." The completion of the Katnut is in the sixth day. Also, Vak and Gar of the first Gadlut and Vak of the second Gadlut are on the sixth day of the work of creation. And Gar of the second Gadlut is on the Sabbath day.
We'll learn all of these states. We'll learn them when we get closer to the actions. And then for now, we're reading it, and we'll get back to it when we are closer to the deed. For now, we're going to go to the third part.
11, sorry.
11. ואלו ג' הפקודין הנכללים במצווה חמישית.
These are the three commandments included in the Fifth Commandment. 1. Engage and toil in the Torah daily, by which one acquires holy nefesh from the Zon. 2. Engage in procreation, by which one acquires holy ruach from the coupling of Zon. 3. Circumcise after 8 days and remove the foreskin from there, by which one acquires neshama from the coupling of Zon. All these naran are only naran of Katnut. This is the verse of the fifth day of the deed of creation. Let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures, and let the fowl fly above the earth over the firmament of heaven. Living creatures are nefesh. Let fowl fly is ruach, and over the firmament of heaven is neshama. We could ask, why did we not engage in drawing naran of Katnut and Zon, while in our mochin we must draw naran of Katnut? It is so because Zon are never deficient of anything from the Katnut, since this has already been corrected by the emanator himself. Hence, the beginning of extension is from Vak of Gadlut through the Shema reading, yet we must correct everything by ourselves, since in one who is born there is only nefesh on part of the pure beast. He does not even have nefesh of Gdusha on the part of the Ofanim. Hence, we must always begin in nefesh of Katnut. Thus, we have explained the 3 commandments in the 5th commandment. The 5th is to engage in Torah and correct the nefesh of Katnut. The 6th is to engage in procreation and correct Ruach of Katnut. And the 7th is to circumcise oneself and remove the foreskin from oneself for the correction of the neshama of Katnut. All these are the 5th day. 12. The 8th commandment is to love the proselyte who comes to be circumcised and be admitted under the wings of divinity, to extend from there the nefesh of the proselyte from the holy divinity. By that we draw for ourselves neshama from the body of the tree of life, the end and completion of Katnut. This is the verse of the 6th day of the deed of creation. Let the earth bring forth the living creature after its kind, each as it should.
13. Mm-hmm.
The 9th commandment is to pardon the poor and to willingly give them prey. By that, we cause the association of the quality of judgment with the quality of mercy above. Since Binah partakes with Malchut in the bottom hay in Nikveh Enaim and returns there into me.
The second restriction,
which is Galgal Enaim in the lights of Nefesh Ruach. Her Ele descended to Zon. Zon returned to Galgal Enaim in lights of Nefesh Ruach. Their Ele descended to Bia inside Er Naran in Bia. And we receive from Zon the lights of Vak of Gadlut. This is the verse, let us make man, of the 6th day of the deed of creation. Since Binah said, let us, and partook with Asiyah, Malchut, to beget Vak for man. 14. The 10th commandment is to wear tefillin and complete oneself in the upper form. By that, we cause the return of Gadlut above. When the bottom hay descends from Nikbeh Enaim to Peh once more, and the letters Ele return to their degree. When Zon raise their letters Ele from Bia to their degree to Atzilut, Er Naran rise along with them. Then we receive from Zon Gar of the first Gadlut, regarded as Mochin of Neshama of the first Gadlut. This is the verse of the 6th day of the deed of creation. And God created man in his own image. These mochin of Gar of Gadlut are drawn in Tselem of Yeshut, which is called Elokim Chabad. The Mem in Tselem is Chochmah, upper Ava Ve'ima. The Lamed in Tselem is Binah, Yeshut. And the tzaddik in Tselem is that zon. There are also the four portions in the tefillin. 1. Sanctify. The mem in Tselem. 2. And it shall be when the Lord brings you is the lamed in the Tselem. 3. Here is chesed of tzadi in the Tselem. And 4. And it shall come to pass, if indeed you listen, in gvura of tzaddik and Tselem. These are the 4 mochin of Zer Anpin in the head of tefillin. The 4 portions of the hand tefillin are the 4 mochin received by Nukva of Zer Anpin Rachel. It is the 2 times Tselem presented in the verse, and God created man in his own image. In the image of God did he create him. In his own image applies to the head tefillin, the Tselem of Zer Anpin. And the image of God applies to the hand tefillin, the Tselem of Nukva. This completes the naran of the first gadlut for a person, meaning nefesh ruach of the first gadlut, through the commandment to pardon the poor, and gar, neshama chaya yechida of the first gadlut, through the commandments of wearing tefillin. 15. The 11th commandment is to give thinning 10% of the land. Through this commandment, one is rewarded with receiving nefesh of light, of chaya from upper Abba Ve'ima. Since once a person has been completed with neran chai of the first gadlut through the tefillin, he should begin to obtain the second gadlut, the light of chaya. This divides into 4 phases: nefesh, ruach, neshama, chaya. And to obtain them, we were given the 4 commandments. This is rewarded with nefesh of the commandment of giving tithing of the land, since Eretz is considered nefesh, as it is written, "Behold, I have given you every herb yielding seed upon the face of all the earth." Said on the 6th day of the deed of creation. Here it writes, "Behold, I have given." And it is written, "And the sons of Levi, I have given every tithing in Israel." And as the tithing there, it is the tithing of the earth here as well, upon the face of the earth, because one who is rewarded with nefesh of chaya governs all the earth, since all the shells surrender before him. It is written about the nefesh, "Bring the whole tithe in to the storehouse, and there may be food in my house, and test me now on this, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven and pour out for you a blessing until it overflows." Nefesh is called tithing after Malchut, who is the 10th. But nefesh of the light of chaya is the whole tithing, the complete wholeness of the tithing. 16. The 12th commandment is to bring the first fruit of the tree. Through this commandment, what is rewarded with receiving the light of ruach from the light of chaya. that comes from Abba Ve'ima. It is so because first fruit comes from the word firstborn, and Abba Ve'ima are first, beginning, as explained in the First Commandment. And since it is from the tree, the first fruit of the tree are regarded as Ruach, since the tree is vegetative, regarded as Ruach. The still vegetative, animate, and speaking correspond to Ner and Chai, still to Nefesh, vegetative to Ruach, animate to Neshama, and speaking to Chaya, Yechida. It is written about it, and every tree in which the fruit of a tree yielding seed, it is written of the fruit of the tree, and it is written, thus all the tithe of the land, of the seed of the land, or of the fruit of the tree, is the Lord's. As in the first fruit, on the fruit of the tree there, it is the first fruit here, as he explains the words, is the Lord's as anything that is forbidden for you to eat.